Down in the city, where the shadows grow so tall, there's a woman named Karen, caught up in it all. They say she did wrong, but the truth's hard to find, 'cause the law's got dirty fingers and justice is blind. Whoa, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Whoa, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. They twisted her story, turned the facts all around, made her out to be guilty on shaky ground. Evidence vanished and the lies start to flow, but the deeper you dig, the darker it grows. Oh, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Oh, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. She cries out for fairness, for a glimpse of the truth, but the powers that be, they ain't got no proof. The badges and the ties, all woven with deceit, in this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. Oh, the courtroom whispers and the gavel strikes down, but the air's filled with tension neath that judge's frown. Karen stands there strong with fire in her eyes, for she knows deep inside the real crime's in disguise. Whoa, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Whoa, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. One day the truth will rise like the sun in the sky, and the lies will crumble, no more alibis. But until that day comes, she sings a mournful tune of the justice blues neath the pale haunted moon. Out for fairness, for a glimpse of the truth, but the powers that be, they ain't got no proof. The badges and the ties, all woven with deceit, in this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. In this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. In this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat.
I've taken over Legal Vices. That's it. There will be no more learning. There'll be no more learning. There'll be nothing intelligent going on here today. I showed up in Busan. I'm not going to tell you where Mr. Legal Vices is. But I have met the dogs, and the dogs are awesome. I'm hanging out here. This is a beautiful town, by the way. It's good times. I may have had some. What did I have? Oh, Jeff's over here. I had some soju. I had some soju at dinner. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, get your ass over there. Just get on over there.
All right, I can't do this.
Yeah.
This setup's competent.
Yeah.
You got like, it's like NASA. You got like big huge monitors. He's got a sound system.
Hi peeps, how you doing?
It's the whole thing.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Look who I found. Cheers, sir. We had had a visitor. My law talk with Mike is over here in Busan. So hey,
Just chilling in Korea.
yeah. Said, what are you doing next week? I said nothing. He said, let's have a visit. I said okay. So here we are. We've been doing things, and we're on what are we, day 35 of the Karen Reed trial, day 5 of jury deliberations. So we got about 20 minutes before the court goes live. So just thought we'd hang out here with Mike for a little bit. Mike doesn't know what's going on with the Karen Reed trial. So
I do not.
I don't even know where to start the story. But we thought, like I said, we went out last night to a great bar, my favorite cocktail bar here in Busan. Right, the bartender does some amazing cocktails. They had the Campari group doing a guest bartending thing. So we had a few drinks, like 6 or 7 cocktails. we ran the board of the special cocktails.
We did in fact ran the board.
And then tonight after work, we had some Korean barbecue for a bit, and
that was good stuff.
Had a bottle of soju, and he's got a little bit more time to kill. So hey, I thought
he's over here.
Yeah, thought he'd kind of entertain everybody.
Are any of my peeps here?
Any of Mike's peeps here? Who watches Mike? Throw a 1 up. Throw an M in chat for Mike. Who's a Mike peep? Do you have any Mike watchers?
By the way, I recommend Korea to y'all. It's a beautiful place. I spent a couple days in Seoul as well.
Mike is not tiny compared to Jeff. He's farther there. Now I'm in my chair is a little bit higher than his. So.
No, this is good times. I was in contact with Legal Mindset. I don't know if I should use your names or not.
Yeah.
I was in contact with Legal Mindset, but he wasn't in Seoul this weekend. I'm not going to bust him out where he was.
Yeah, so we're just sitting here. So what do we got in the comments? Oh, we got a few M's. We've got some M's here. We got some Mike peeps.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, I got lots of Mike peeps.
Oh, I love it.
There you go.
I love it. Okay, so
hey, Lady Luck. Yeah, Mike and Vice is in the same stream. It's the Mike and Jeff show.
We're in the same room.
Yeah,
we've been on the same stream before.
Yeah, we have.
I remember the first time I streamed with you. I think I was in LA. Oddly, I saw Legal Mindset there. Yeah. Deleting his name as if it's a secret or something. Whatever. I was all the way out there, but I think you were in Korea at the time still.
Yeah. Sebastian Muller says verdict today, likely not. Also, hey Mike.
Hey.
How you doing?
What's up?
Emu Warrior, member for 21 months. Law Racks talk with Mike.
Oh.
Been there, done that. He's one of my homies. He actually just kind of, lives not too far from my place in Utah. How's Jeff as a translator?
It's wild. It's wild. I'll tell you. I'll tell you some Jeff stories now that the name's out there. I will. First of all, his Korean is spectacular to the point where it freaks out all the Koreans, which is fun because it makes him crazy.
Yeah. I am not an animal. I am a human being.
That's one. The other thing I've learned about you, I haven't mentioned this to you yet.
What's that?
But he's got some serious road rage.
Oh, no, I'm an aggressive driver.
He does not have any patience.
I talk a lot when I drive, and it's usually swear words for other people.
There's a lot of conversation with every other driver on the road.
There is. There is. Let's bring up the court feed so we don't miss anything.
Let's not miss the court feed. How long have we been waiting for a verdict on this?
This is starting day 5 of jury deliberations.
How long was the trial? This thing was like 3 or 4 weeks?
It was 30 days. 30 court days. So that was weekends. They took about a week off at one point. So it's been going 10 weeks.
Okay, so I don't know anything about this trial, but just in my gut right there, I'm like, I don't see a path to a guilty verdict here.
No, let's get through.
If you're taking this long.
Yeah, get through the chats here. And then chat, I'm going to need your help. Because like literally Mike knows nothing about this case. And he was wondering
else.
Yeah. I was trying to protect you, work with me here. I'm trying to save your image. But so I was trying to think of a way to explain it over dinner. And I said, there's just so much weird shit in this case. that it's utterly impossible to explain it in a comprehensive manner in a short period of time. But by the way, we do have 616 people here and 183 likes. Come on, people. Like 500 if you haven't done your job. Get down there and hit that like button, even though Mike's here. Come on,
the
people.
dogs get it.
Yeah.
I will hunt them down.
Yeah.
Where they're right
Yeah,
here.
it's like really hard to hunt them down. They're the sleeping piles of lump back there.
Oh, they're aggressive for the affection.
Yeah. Smash that like button, people, while we're getting this part done. You know you like it. You're here. Here's what's gonna happen. We're just gonna talk here. I'm gonna try to explain. We got 20 minutes to try to explain this case to Mike. And then Judge Bev will come in, do her thing, and then she'll send the jury off. And what I'm going to do at that point is I'll put on Proctor's cross-examination. Just throw on old Trooper Proctor's cross-examination, and then Mike and I will hang out for about a half hour or so, and then I'll come back live. And tomorrow, assuming there's no verdict tonight.
There'll be a verdict. Come on.
Yeah. Assuming there's no verdict today, tomorrow I will not be streaming because Mike and I are going to go out to have an amazing steak dinner at my favorite steak restaurant in the country, have a few drinks, hang out for a bit. So there likely will be no show tomorrow. That's like 90%. But hopefully we'll get a verdict today.
Can't you just bring like a thing?
A thing? Yeah, I can bring a thing. What thing? Just a thing?
Let's just bring a laptop.
Yeah. To the restaurant.
Yeah, we'll just sloppy stream that thing from the restaurant.
A hung jury is my favorite type of jury, says Unhung Hero. Moving right along. Thanks, Unhung. Lancelot, 652. Good to see you. Didn't light yourself on fire to barbecue again? No, this was a Korean barbecue, so it's all covered in the they let the workers cook the meat for you. So
Oh, it's good stuff too.
Yeah. And no mandates, and the Fed member for 6 months. Now Mike can't say from an undisclosed location. Well,
no. My location's been disclosed.
It's been disclosed.
Although
Jason,
this hasn't been my location.
it hasn't.
I've been traveling.
This has been his location for about 45 minutes.
Yeah.
All right. So the court cam has not gone live. Law and Crime has gone live. Not the actual court cam. So we'll put that down here in our little.
This is fun. I like it. I like streaming and having someone else drive.
Yeah, I just say you have someone else do the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
Jason J gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. If you're one of those lucky people that got the 5 Legal Vices memberships, I hope you give Jason J a super special thanks. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Jason J.
Wait, you did radio?
Yeah.
You just sound like a radio guy now.
Cloak and Glomer, what's Cloak? I need to respond to your Twitter DM to do the stuff we talked about. Sorry about that. I've been busy with Mike here. Raise those non-blood-filled solo cups in toast to legal double trouble with Mike and Lorax. Oh Lord, thank you, Cloak and Glomer. That's appreciated. And Sky is a neighbor who has been a member for only 2 months, but thank you for sticking around and hope you stick around for more. Butt Dials and Trooper Paul for Mike, not coming at you from Chicago.
I am definitely not in Chicago.
My grandma and grandpa are from Chicago. They died in Rockford.
Yeah, Chicago-ish.
Yeah, well, the grandmother's father and worked in the stockyards in Chicago.
Yeah.
I came from Lithuania and went to the stockyards. Sky is we already got that one there. We'll have to explain that to Mike here in a bit. Swan Lake Lady, she's from just over the hill in my hometown as well. She's literally 20 miles from my house. Mike is from Chicago. He knows police corruption. And just for fun, Jeff Mantua. Mantua. Nice. There's a place called Mantua. It's a locals joke. It's a local northern Utah joke. And finally, we have Unhung Hero. Sarah Boone is pro se ground. Yeah.
I'm all about this.
You caught that news whilst you've been traveling.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I'm torn about that because it's going to be the best thing, but it's also going to be just the worst thing.
I can't imagine it goes to trial. She's gonna have to plead to something.
She can't anymore.
I
She's lost all
thought
her
she already
bargaining
pled.
power.
I thought she's in jail. She pled to something on some, but not all charges. I think.
No, she's denying everything.
Oh,
It's all just a misunderstanding.
I'm going gavel to gavel on that thing if it happens.
Yeah, it'll be happening. It's got to be happening. Caught on my stupid.
This is messing me up though because this is delayed. He's got 2 huge monitors here. Oh my God. It's so weird for me to see a competent setup. He's got a sound thing.
There. Hey, Nick Starro. What's up, Nick? Mike, ask Jeff what a Provo push is. What is a Provo push?
What is a Provo push?
I don't know. Is that like soaking or something like that?
Is
Is that like the weird? It's obviously a Provo and pushing is involved, so I assume it's one of those weird Mormon sex terms people say exist that don't really exist. But okay, we've got I almost said Sarah Boone. We've got this defendant here, Karen Reed. Karen Reed has been charged with, amongst other things, second-degree murder of a police officer. The police officer happens to be her boyfriend.
Okay.
Now he's a good police officer, I guess, from all accounts. His brother had 2 kids. His brother's wife died of cancer, and then he died of a heart attack like a couple of months later. So the officer took in the kids. So he seemed to be a good guy all the way around. But one night in January of 2022, events happened. The Officer O'Keefe is his name. Officer O'Keefe went to have drinks with his girlfriend and a bunch of other cops and ATF guys and things in a bar.
Girlfriend, the defendant here.
Yeah.
Okay.
They went to another bar. Then they went to one of the police officers' home by a man by the name of Brian Albert. Brian Albert is the homeowner. He's a police officer.
Okay.
He has a German Shepherd named Chloe. He has a wife and child. Well, that's where the story differs. She says she let him out of the car and he went in the house. She went home. They say he never came in the house. That was about 12:40, according to the prosecutor at the beginning of the case. He subsequently changed the time to 12:30 for reasons. But so it's about 12:45. Apparently, what happened, according to the prosecution, they had a big fight in the car. She drove ahead about 60 feet, put the SUV in reverse, backed up in a blizzard with a 2.8 or 2.9, 0.028 or 0.029 blood alcohol content, drove back 67 feet in a straight line in a blizzard, liquored out of her gourd, ran over, smashed him with the back of her SUV, sent him flying 30 feet onto the grass, and then drove away and left him to die in the snow. That's the prosecutor's case.
Okay.
That
would seem to be easy to prove if that's what happened.
Well, you'd think. What he walked away with, let's see, we have to just do here John O'Keefe injury. I won't bring it up here. I'll just show him the injuries. What happened was, excuse me here. Where's the E? There it is. John O'Keefe injuries. There we go. Now, what happened was he had a laceration above his right eye and a black eye.
Okay.
He had of course, like a spider web radiating fracture at the back of his skull. And he had marks on his arm that looked a bit like this. That. Now, what the prosecution said, what they say, they had an absolutely brain dead, like obviously weirdly brain damaged police officer who was doing their reconstruction work. That said she did all of this. She backed up at 24, 25 miles an hour, 62 or 67 feet, can't remember what the exact number is, in a straight line, in one of the worst blizzards that Boston remembers, and struck him on the arm. And those injuries were caused by the shattering of her tail light. Her tail light broke and caused those injuries. And that knocked him 30 feet onto the grass, where apparently he hit the back of his head on the lawn, which fractured his skull.
Okay.
That's not what the defense say happened. The defense say that these injuries are, rather than being consistent with a broken tail light, look more like a German Shepherd incident. What's your unofficial, expert opinion? Does that look more like a tail light breaking, or does that look more like tooth and claw?
Yeah. The German Shepherd theory looks visually more plausible. I mean, I'm not. Yeah. It's my first look at it, but
So to add a little more detail to what's happening here, this body was found. They said they say he hit him at about 12:30. Well, originally it's 12:40, 12:45. That's when she originally hit him. Then she went home and proceeded to call his phone and go, "Where are you? I'm at home. Where are you? Your kids are here. Where are you?" Then she's getting more and more pissed because he's not coming home. She called him and sent text messages, I think like 53 text and voice messages in the space of several hours. Might or might not sound like a woman. I don't know. But they got increasingly.
So she's
aggressive.
texting him.
Yes. Where are you? You're not home. Are you out? Is this over? Are you out smashing another woman? Where are you?
That's
pervert?
helpful to her though.
Your kids aren't here. Your kids are here alone. Said I'm leaving. I'm going to my parents' house. Your kids are going to be here alone. Come back, take care of your shit. And then where are you? Where are you? Those types of messages. Well, the police say she murdered him, and then she laid this out as an alibi. She prepared her alibi.
Yeah, sure, but that sounds.
Yeah,
that's a plausible theory, but I mean it's hard. Like that's too good, unless you're a pro criminal.
Yeah, well, and then as I said, the body ended up on the front lawn of this police officer. Well, she went out with and everybody's related to everybody else. There's the McAlbert, we call them the McAlberts. There's the McCabe family and the Albert family. They're all cousins and they're all married to each other, and they're all cops and they're all related to each other. It's just this really this deep web of acquaintances and whatnot. So Brian Albert is the owner of the house. Well, about 5 a.m., Karen Reed, she is with one of the McCabe's, which is I guess the even I'm confused now after 30 days. The wife of the brother of the other cop. Everybody's cops. It's just weird. So they drive past the house at 5 a.m. looking for the guy. Karen Reed says, "Oh, I see him he's over there on the lawn under like some snow and stuff." So she gets out and finds her boyfriend essentially frozen to death on the front lawn of this other police officer. And they call the ambulance, call 911. 2 ambulances. There was one ambulance, a fire truck, 3 cop cars show up, and the cop in the house, who is also a first responder, never comes out of his house to see why there's a bunch of emergency vehicles and shit on his front lawn at 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
His explanation was, well, they are there and it's their job, so I will stay out of their way. And what he says happened is he didn't even know until after the fact. He didn't wake up when all these vehicles arrived at his front lawn. He was asleep in his bed with his wife, and the German Shepherd was on the floor. And the German Shepherd never reacted to a group of people a group of first responders on the front lawn with a woman who is on tape screaming at the top of her lungs about her boyfriend being dead. The dog never moved, they said. And meanwhile, the sister-in-law comes into the house, breaks into the room while they're asleep, and says, "Oh my God, wake up, all this is happening outside." She said the dog never moved. She didn't even know if the dog was in the room, because this big German Shepherd police dog never even moved when anyone burst into the room or when there was any strangers in the house. So there's that problem. They never went out. Went. The police officer was never investigated. The police never went into the house to check until much later. I mean, much later in the whole deal. The police never asked any questions. The police never went into the homeowner's house, who was a police officer. The police officer never went outside to even inquire about the condition of the other dead police officer on his front lawn.
So how did all this play in trial?
Well, very poorly for the prosecution, I think. Even when they were collecting evidence at that morning, they didn't have evidence collection bags. So they went across the street to the lieutenant, who was the lieutenant in charge of detectives for the department, and they got 6 red Solo cups to collect evidence in. They collected blood and snow in 6 Solo cups they got from the cop across the street. And then they put these 6 cups into a brown paper grocery bag to carry them to the police station. And while they're doing that, they're searching the crime scene with a leaf blower. They're using a leaf blower to clear the crime scene.
Okay, so this is why everyone's saying this should be a not guilty.
Oh yeah. Well, we're not even getting started.
The witnesses were nightmares.
To give you the overview, it's like my theory seems to be what the defense is going with. Because the ATF agent was flirting with the defendant at one point, seeing that they were kind of sussing each other out, see if they wanted to get into anything. My theory is there was a bit of a jealousy thing maybe going with the now dead boyfriend. There was a fight, a punch to the head. He falls back, hits and they said the dog has a history of biting people and is not good with strangers apparently. So I'm thinking they get in a fight. He takes a punch to the head, falls back, hits his head on the hardwood floor or a piece of exercise equipment or whatever. Dog does a little bit of chewing on his arm. They go, oh shit, and they just throw him out in the front lawn. And sort of the big picture, within see, this was the
Could have damaged the car. They say that she backed into him. That car should be damaged.
Oh yeah, we're getting there. Oh, we're getting there. Yeah, we're definitely getting there. Doesn't this sound insane, people? Jesus.
Yeah. Like at the end of the trial, explain it to a newbie. If it's this hard, So if it's this hard to go through, it's a horrible prosecution.
Yeah. And so this was January 28th. So between February 1st and October of that year. So February, March, April, May, June, July, August, 9 months. Within 9-month period, the owner of the house, Officer Brian Albert, retires from the police force. He completely remodels his basement, guts it down to the foundation, remodels his basement, rehomes the family dog of 7 years to a farm in Vermont, and fills in the swimming pool in the backyard and sells the house. Nothing suspicious there.
Oh my God.
Nothing suspicious there. Meanwhile, because he's on the same police force,
this is an NG.
Yeah.
They've got one believer on the church.
They have to send it over to the Massachusetts State Police because everybody, the dead guy the homeowner's brother is also on the same police force. Is the homeowner and the victims.
Hear.
All right.
Well, I always see why y'all been streaming it.
Yeah. Hang on, we gotta push pause here. The court is coming into session here real quick.
Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard.
What are we doing here?
Court, closing session.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Welcome back. We'll ask you those same 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here Friday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here? All right, so Mr. Fuller, we're going to send you folks all back out.
All right, for the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
All right, now they're sending the jury back out. I don't know if she's going to say that's the dead guy's brother and his wife, and the whole family's behind the defendant. That's Turtle Boy guy back there.
Turtle Boy.
Yeah, and that's the dead guy's mother, and his father's over here. I'm thinking the father doesn't think she did it because he's been gone a lot and he never looks happy.
Right.
He never
Thank
looks at her. And this is the ceiling fan they always cut to. We call it Ceiling Dion. That Ceiling Dion, the ceiling fan. And that's kind of it until there's a big development. So what I'm going to do is we'll minimize this here, and we'll keep telling the story to Mike.
Your dog is pushing me off.
Yeah. We'll read the super chats. Then we'll bring you all. Now you've got me confused. This is one we need to look at. Then we'll continue with the story. Then I'll hang out with Mike here for a bit and come back. But we need to help him understand this case because we're just getting started on the shenanigans here. Let's see here.
So they just called court to session, sent them back out to deliberate.
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're at here. Sarah Boone. All right, here we go. Nick. We reread Nick's last. Okay. Provo Push. Is that like the Salt Lake Soak? Yeah, see, that's what I'm wondering. Unhung Hero, if it's sort of the same thing, but thank you so much. Jonathan Irwin, if hung jury, what are the odds on a retrial? Well, see, that's the thing, is
Very low.
They're so committed to this, though, that it's going to look. Oh, by the way,
No, if you get a hung jury here, they can't retry this.
by the way, the prosecution and the police department are under FBI investigation into their prosecution of her. It's ongoing. The FBI is investigating this whole thing while the trial goes
Okay, so
on.
now they gotta. Yeah, you're right.
So-
Okay, so now they're invested.
Yeah, so now they
covering
may
their own ass.
have to do it. Otherwise, that looks really bad. Like, oh, you shouldn't have prosecuted. Perhaps we need to find there's to be some federal wrongdoings here. But again, it's going to look really, really bad if they do. So they're damned if they do and damned if they don't. Jinver with the £5. What's up? Tell Mike. Well, you can tell him yourself. Tell Mike it's like his usual fare, only if the cops and prosecutor that are the screwballs. Okay,
we go.
yeah, that's right. That's fair enough. It's just like the inverse thing here. And Blue Varo. So him the 507 video first. Show him the 507 video first, and then the picture of the tail light. Well, we can explain it to him. I'm too lazy to search right now. Okay, so where did we leave off our story? Okay, yeah, they sold the house and did all that shit.
Right.
They've collected all of this vital evidence in open solo cups in a brown paper bag that they took back to the police station Sallyport and left on the ground in the middle of the Sallyport while they did some work on the vehicle. Well, then we have this Trooper Proctor is the lead police investigator for the Massachusetts State Police. Trooper Proctor. Well, before we get to if we look at what he did, he said, okay, he has possession of the vehicle and he's driving it back to the Sallyport. The time he gave on his search report was 45 minutes after video showed him taking possession of the vehicle. Or was it 90 minutes? I think he had like unfettered access to this vehicle for 90 minutes before the time reported in his report. And she drove the vehicle back to her parents' house. So they had to go from Canton to her parents' house, which is about 35 miles, then drive 35 miles back. So she drives it 35 miles. He comes to pick it up, and he says he has it 90 minutes after he actually has it. And the day they investigated, the morning they investigated, they found zero evidence of anything laying in the snow other than the body, the cell phone, and a little bit of blood. Well, then Trooper Proctor, who has his vehicle here, he goes over to the house to ask his initial round of questions somewhere later on in the morning. Well, shortly after that afternoon, they call in the CERT team, like the search and evidence retrieval team for that area. They go and they find, I think it was 7 pieces of broken taillight. There was none in that morning. There were some in the afternoon after Trooper Proctor investigated. Well, over the space of the next few weeks, like every time a police officer would go there, they would find more pieces of plastic from the taillight. They ended up with 47 pieces of taillight plastic at the scene of the accident. Well, that leaves what happened on the day in question. Obviously, that indicates some damage to the taillight. What they're saying is he just blew the entire, they have the back part of the taillight, then the part that wraps around the quarter panel. Just destroyed the part of the taillight that wraps around the quarter panel. Nothing left, just a little piece of red plastic in the corner. Everything else was just gone.
Okay.
Well, the police officer that was in charge of watching the vehicle over at her mother's house before Proctor got there testified for the prosecution that the taillight had a crack in it and a small piece of plastic missing, but it wasn't destroyed. And someone else said the same thing. Well, then they found some video from the deceased guy's house, from one of his, I think it was his Ring camera or security camera or something, when she was backing out at 5 o'clock in the morning to go search for him, right, with her friend. Well, as she's backing up, she backs up into his vehicle where the rear right side quarter panel connected with his car, which is where they're saying, hey, that's what broke the taillight. And so they're saying that she broke it at 5 a.m. when she went out to look for him, which would be consistent with what the other police officer said that later that morning it was cracked. Well, as far as the evidence goes, they got to the body and they did 2 DNA swabs, not on the guy, on the shirt the guy was wearing. They did 2 DNA swabs. That's all. That is all of the evidence collection they did. And they tested them for canine DNA, which weirdly it came back testing positive for pig DNA, which I think is just kind of ironic considering the cops were investigating it. But
little cap joke.
Yeah.
The cap joke thrown in there.
They found his DNA on one broken piece of taillight, but they also found 2 other unidentified sources of DNA on the taillight. And there was some DNA on. They found the victim's DNA on the victim's clothes. Congratulations, right? They said he was holding a glass when she hit him. So they found like broken pieces of a cocktail glass, which they say he took from a bar. They found a few broken pieces of glass at the crime scene and a few broken pieces of glass on the bumper of the vehicle. Well, under cross-examination, the state witness was forced to admit that the glass on the taillight does not match the glass that was found at the crime scene.
Oh.
And they didn't explain. They just moved on. They never explained how that glass got on the taillight. I mean, on the rear bumper. And they found a single hair on the quarter panel of the vehicle, a 7/8 inch hair from the deceased. And they said it didn't fall off because it was frozen there. So this 7/8 inch piece of hair survived a 35-mile trip in a raging blizzard, and then a 35-mile trip back in a raging blizzard, and still remained on the side of the vehicle after it warmed up and all the snow melted off in the police sally port for them to find. What am I missing, chat?
Oh my.
Yes, they've been calling it the magic hair.
This is an NG.
Yeah.
All day long.
Oh yeah, no, it's how did it even. And that's why they're being investigated. Oh, this is the great
Which is
thing.
what everyone was telling me, but now I know
Yeah.
why. Like I've heard.
Yeah.
I didn't know about the case, but
Yeah.
I've heard that like this case sucks. And okay.
The accident reconstruction expert for the police was a guy named Trooper Paul. Trooper Paul has an associate's degree in the administration of justice.
Oh,
That's
wow.
his qualifications. But he did take 120 hours worth of classes on how to be an accident guy.
Did he stay at Holiday Inn Express?
Probably couldn't afford it. The one of the defense lawyers, Alan Jackson, who he happened to be he was a helicopter repair person in the Air Force. So I think he's like an electrical engineer or some sort of mechanical engineer guy. So he knows what he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So he was basically asking questions of Trooper Paul in his cross-examination. Because he said, oh, you know, he's one of those guys where he gives great testimony on direct, and then cross-examination happens, and he's like, oh yeah, the butt dials. We have to talk about the butt dials. Trooper Paul says, well, you know, it happened. Okay, well, tell us, do you have any degrees in physics? No. Do you have any degrees in biomechanics? No. Do you have any degrees in kinematics and kinesiology? No. Do you even know what that is? Yeah. Well, what is kinematics? And he literally said, it's the study of forward.
I like it. That's about as good as I can do.
Yeah.
Well, of course, I'm not passing myself as an office expert.
Yeah, you're not the expert for the state. He couldn't come up with the word velocity when they were talking about mass and velocity and the effect it has on things. Acceleration he couldn't come up with. So it was basically during cross-examination, it was so cool to watch the defense lawyer literally teaching this guy the basics of his job, the proper terminology, just so he would be able to cross-examine him.
Right.
It's like, we need to give you the basics so you can answer my questions about your job.
Why are we sitting around on this for 4 days?
Fuck if I know. I mean, intercourse if I know. And then the defense the defense accident recreation guys were two biomechanical engineers. One was tasked with determining whether the damage to the tail light that they say occurred could have happened the way they said it happened. Utter resounding no.
Right.
And the other guy was tasked with determining whether the injuries to the deceased were consistent with being hit in the face by an SUV, which it was the laceration to the eye, the arm marked, and the thing on there was no bruising, no lacerations, nothing below his neck, anywhere on his body, no bruising on his rib, nothing.
That makes sense.
Nothing.
Yeah, right. You're right.
He did have a couple of bruises on his knuckles.
I mean, where's the impact going to be? So if that's your theory, you're going to get hit by the bumper.
They hit him in the arm. The tail light hit his arm. They broke the tail light. The tail light breaking caused those scratches and knocked him 30 feet.
No.
Yeah. And that's why they were asking him. So, well,
and it just doesn't make the bumper. You're going to get hit with the bumper
Yeah.
if that's lower. You'd have to be bent down to.
Well, that's what they were. That's what the biomechanic
And then it
guy for
doesn't
the state
explain
said.
anything else.
For it to happen, he would have had to been hunched down, turned around, and in this physically impossible position. But these guys were. I mean, they had multiple PhDs each, and they're what they do is they're this company that just like basically hires them out to do things. One of their big projects was studying injuries sustained by NHL hockey players as they get bounced off the glass and things, and they're adjusting the angles of the NHL glass to reduce injuries. And probably don't watch hockey, do you?
I do.
Well, there was one big hockey injury where the guy where they had the penalty box and they had the break in the glass and then the square glass, and they body checked the guy in over the open part of the glass, and then he sort of bounced off the side of the glass and damn near killed himself. So they were in charge of completely redesigning all of the NHL arenas to reduce injuries of the players and shit like that. And the guy that was in charge of doing the reconstruction of the damage to the car, he loved his job. He thought it was the coolest job ever. And what they did Mythbusters. He was basically like a real life Mythbusters guy. He's like, yeah, because it wasn't consistent with being hit, so we thought maybe he threw the glass in anger or something at the taillight. Mm-hmm. So we built this. Essentially, it was a cannon to launch glasses at taillights at various speeds and angles, and then on cross examination, well, I guess it was on direct examination. The defense lawyer was like, so. You basically just like built a cannon and said, yeah, it's awesome. This guy really liked it. He's like, yeah, this is awesome. They call him a cannon daddy is what they're calling it. He's like, yeah, it's awesome. He really liked his job.
Well, it is kind of cool.
Yeah. But then if we cut back to the witnesses, I mean, the other people involved, the guy that owned the house. Oh, and immediately after, like, everybody seemed to have left the house about 12:30, which is sort of kind of consistent with the time that maybe he was out there in the snow. But everybody reportedly left the house. One of the guys that left the house was the ATF agent Higgins, who had an office in the police station. So he went out drinking with his buddies at 2 bars, went to the guy's house, and then after that, he decided he needed to go back to the police station. He said he had to go back there to move a car. Then he changed the story. So he had to go back there to do some administrative work. But then in this testimony, well, that was my administrative work was to move the car from one part of the parking lot to the other. Right. But yeah. So, and then he just sort of seemed to hang around like for the rest of the day, which, he said, I just had to do it. Of course, the defense is saying you were keeping an eye on how the investigation was developing, right? Oh, no. We would never do anything like that. So, but the homeowner, Brian Albert, police officer, and the ATF guy apparently butt dialed each other. They said there was a 2-second phone call and then a 7-second phone call coming the other way. They both denied they ever made the calls. they both actually admitted it was a butt dial. One butt dialed the other,
Double
and the
butt
other,
dial.
the other butt dialed him back for 7 seconds. And when they asked, well, how would you butt dial your phone? The first guy, the homeowner, he said, well, I sleep with my phone in the bed, like between me and my wife. And people are like, who sleeps? I sleep with my phone in my bed too, because I'm weird.
Right.
And he said, well, my wife sleeps with her phone there too, and our glasses are so like they're. She said, I must have rolled over on it, but apparently, it turns out in his grand jury testimony, he testified that they were smashing each other, and he may have butt dialed during the act of smashing. It was just terrible. So they butt dialed each other, but then at the same time, the sister-in-law of the deceased she butt dialed someone 7 times in 19 minutes. All at the same time when this murder was supposed to have happened. And everybody's butt dialing everybody else. Yeah, so that's
this isn't going to fly.
no. But the cool thing about the two defense experts, these two guys, the defense didn't pay for them. The FBI paid for these guys. They're FBI witnesses. And they issued their report, and they weren't allowed to say the FBI hired them, but they're like, so you're not paid by us, the defense, right? The prosecution's not. It's a different agency that's paying for you, right? Yep.
Well, yeah.
And said your report was available to the prosecution. Yep. But they didn't use it, right? So it's us. So he's basically saying the FBI are paying you guys, and we get to use your report because the prosecution doesn't want to touch it.
Yep.
So, wow. It's really good. What am I missing, Chad?
I missed it here.
Yeah.
I missed this case. Well, now I know all about it. I'm up to speed now.
We're almost there. We got the tech 2:30. It was like 2:36 a.m. The sister, the one that was getting butt dialed, the sister-in-law of the homeowner searches at 2:37 how long to die in the cold, like 5 hours before anybody knew anybody was dying in the cold. She said that didn't happen. It happened at 6:30, and the forensic guys don't know what they're talking about.
That's bad.
Yeah, but the defense tried to explain it away. I mean, the prosecution tried to explain that no, it didn't happen at 2:30. It happened at that. But also,
that's weird at any time.
I know. They said they did it in response to her going, "Oh my God," the defendant going, "Oh my God, if he's dead, how long does it take someone to die in the cold? Please check to see if I don't know." It didn't make any sense, but. As the prosecution, even in their opening statement, said death occurred around 12:40. Well, that was all fine and dandy till their own forensics guy, their own digital forensics guy, testified that there's records of the defendant automatically connecting to the deceased's home Wi-Fi at 12:36. And it takes at least 6 minutes in the good weather to drive from the house, from the scene to her boyfriend's house. So then suddenly they had to do all these mental gymnastics to bump up the time of death 15 minutes from what they said in the opening statements. So yeah, everything kind of went to hell when they go, oh yeah, well, time of death around 12:40 or in the time of the accident, but he connected to the Wi-Fi earlier.
I mean, all of it's garbage, but I think that her like chewing his ass and saying I'm leaving and your kids are here.
Yep.
Yes, that could be trying to set up an alibi, but very, very few people, and she's drunk.
Yeah.
Very, very few people have themselves together enough to think, okay, this is what I'm going to do to duck a murder charge.
And
I think she was worried about him because she didn't murder him. She didn't know he was dying.
Yeah. And
that's what I think.
You would make those calls 1 or 2 times, not 53. And everybody's like, well, that's insane. Yeah, it's insane, but it's also a good alibi. It actually is a good alibi for her.
Well, yeah, she's mad.
Yeah.
Yeah, even that, it's like she's mad and she's mad at him and she wouldn't be mad at him if she thought he was dead.
Right. And she was still legally drunk at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
They put her at like 0.29 around the time of the incident. That's why.
Does she have any criminal history or anything?
No, nope. Perfectly clean. She just snapped and killed it. But like, more than just leaving the 53 messages, the voice messages that she left, you can hear them getting progressively more pissed off. So she would have had to plan that in too. It's like, where are you?
No.
You're late.
Nobody's that good.
And by then she's like, you motherfucker, I know you're smashing some other women. You were over. I'm leaving. I'm talking about you. You just progressively got more angry.
I know.
Yeah. I've had a few text messages.
I haven't heard the messages, but I know what they are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and why say? All right, chat. That's kind of bringing Mike up to speed on this here. Like the very last day, hopefully.
A month after the fact. Long talk with Mike. is it on the raid situation?
Oh shit! The text messages from Trooper Proctor, the investigating officer. He was messaging a group of people this entire time. But they decided that she did it 16 hours after it happened. They didn't need to investigate anybody anyway because they just figured 16 hours later she did it. Then they'll find the evidence over the course of weeks. But Trooper Proctor, while all this was going on, was messaging 4 groups of people. The four different people: his sister, his wife, his high school buddies, and his cop buddies, including 2 levels of superiors. One of whom was the guy they got the solo cops from. He was sending messages to his high school buddies that said things like, "Yeah, he was looking through her phone without a warrant as well." Well, he was beyond the scope of the warrant because he's sending the messages going, "Yeah, I'm looking for nudes, haven't found any yet." So he's texting his buddies that he's looking for nudes on the defendant's phone and is disappointed because he hasn't found them yet.
Oh, jeez.
Then they're saying, "Oh boy, but that homeowner is going to see some shit, or isn't he?" And he said, "No, because he's a Boston cop too." And then there's text with his superiors saying, "Yeah, she also has like MS and Crohn's disease, so she has like bowel problems and things." Kept talking about, "Yeah, if you believe that leaky balloon knot bitch, and she's flat ass and no ass." They kept talking about her being incontinent, and I mean just saying some of those horrific things. And he ends that with I wish she would just kill herself. And I mean, his superiors aren't saying, "Dude, what the hell's wrong with you?" They're just, which shows you it's embedded in the system.
Yeah.
So he's firing off these text messages for the entire time. There's nobody's going to get in trouble because he's a Boston cop. I'm looking for nudes.
I mean, I didn't see the trial, so there's 30 days worth of stuff. But you're based on your summary. I don't.
Oh yeah, he called her a cunt too,
deliberation
by the way.
of
Yeah, he called her the C word.
Wow.
Oh, the inverted video. Oh yeah, the Sally port. The cops flipped the video so it looked like they were showing the left side of the tail light when they were actually showing the right side of the tail light, which was intact. And it wasn't just like, "Oh, we got the video reversed." The timestamp was forward, but the video had been flipped. So literally, you would have to intentionally remove the timestamp, flip the video, and put the timestamp back on the video.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's intentional.
Yeah.
Oh, this is dirty as hell.
Oh, it is. It is.
This is dirty. Not even fun dirty, just dirty.
Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of it. Mike can watch the Aussie Insider reaction videos. Yeah, there's some reaction videos that the channel Aussie Insider does. She puts together these things, and it's just all of us going for like 35 days. It's just LawTube losing their shit for 35 days. That's all it is.
Well, I might have to jump on the next bus. What were we discussing dinner? Who's
Alec Baldwin?
Alec Baldwin. That might be fun.
Oh, yeah. Oh God, the missing phones. Fuck me. I mean, intercourse me. Sorry. we may have had a few drinks here. In October. So this happened in like the end of January. In October 22nd, the court issued a preservation order. Served the preservation order to not alter, touch, destroy, or whatever your phone. Well, ATF agent Higgins just coincidentally, the day before, decided to switch phones because he said that several months earlier, an informant had got his number or something, and it was jeopardizing his safety in July.
Unrelated, I'm sure.
So, yeah, it was in July that happened. So he waited a few months, but then he did
it before the order.
The day before the order was served on him,
because he knew
he got a new phone, got a new provider, and got a new number. But he didn't just turn in his phone like a normal human being would. He took the SIM card out of his phone, took his SIM card and his phone, and drove to a nearby military base and threw them in different dumpsters. But lest you think that's strange, the homeowner guy, the police officer, he also coincidentally
with evidence. He knows it. Come on, yeah, even before the order.
But the homeowner guy, coincidentally, the day before the order was served, and coincidentally the same day Higgins got rid of his phone, he got rid of his phone too. Yeah,
they're all going to get rung up.
Yeah, which is why the FBI is looking into it with damn good reason.
Well, damn, I should have streamed this case.
First of all, I didn't think it would be this long, but now that we're here, it's like, fuck.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
People don't see it from
Yeah.
our perspective.
Yeah.
Like we see a trial, like, yeah, that's interesting, but I don't know if I've got the next 6 weeks of my life to devote to this.
Yeah, well, see, I didn't do it gavel to gavel. I would do it till lunch break and then do reviews because I assumed this thing would finish right about the time I was on vacation. I didn't want to spend 3 weeks going through it and then have it all come to a head while I was on vacation. Well, I got back from vacation a month ago. We got a couple of things here, and then Mike's got his own things to do here. So, let's use him while we got him. Where are we at here? The odds on the retrial. We got that 507 video. Geez, you two together. My day is made. Says, oh la la, Pat. Hey, how's things going in Paris, Pat? Good to see you here. NP444 with a $5 super chat. This is the duo we all needed. I take credit for asking you twice, Mike. Oh, you did? Oh, welcome. Thanks.
Oh.
Thank you very much. Yep, you got us together. Yeah, he just happened to be tripping around the neighborhood, so I said, "Hey,
I was in the neighborhood. Why not?"
Yeah, so just come on over. Anton Ivanov, FBI, in due to Sandra. Oh yeah, there's another case, Sandra Birchmore, that's just getting underway, that involve very similar circumstances with many of the same police officers involved.
Oh, good Lord!
It's a new case that's just
seriously same department.
Yeah.
What state is this in?
It's Massachusetts, Boston.
Oh,
but here's the kicker: way worse than Karen Reed.
Boston.
Way worse than Karen Reed.
Really?
Yeah.
I might have to check this out.
Yeah, I'm starting to look into it too. Adara the Wholesome, how you doing? I know I'm late, but Mike is def my second choice watch. So what am I, third, fourth, maybe? Mary Resnick, how you doing? With just a $2 sticker. Where's the sticker? Can't find it. Thank you. I'm sorry, can't find the sticker. Sonny Chris, the crazy injury pattern and lack thereof. Yeah, we talked about the injury.
The injury makes no sense.
No, not at all.
I mean, I haven't watched the trial, but what you described to me, there's no that the arm from as soon as I saw that, I'm like, that could be part of the program, but you're telling me that's the main injury?
Yeah, that's where he got hit. Those injuries were, and he was wearing a sweater.
It's going to be your hip or your leg or something. The bumper is going to hit low on the body.
Yeah,
and I get you're drunk and it could be a little weird, but like. Scratches on the end, it doesn't make any sense.
And again, this is a guy who sat there and watched a vehicle back up into his face for 67 feet and didn't do anything.
You won't. The force required to shatter the taillight, there'd be big blunt force on the body somewhere.
Yeah.
So that if you did that and then you shattered the taillight, but then you had big huge bruises on the thigh. Okay. I could see that.
Yeah, that's why I've been telling chat. This is what happens when you get hit by a vehicle at speed. That's what happens. Yeah, but not those things. And Mary Resnick was the one that keyed me off to the destroying their phones before the preservation order. Thank you very much for that. Cloak and Glomer.
That they should be charged with. That right there is that's just tampering with evidence.
Oh, and
there's no two ways about it.
The judge is very biased in favor of the prosecution as well. Now, chat will definitely correct me if I remember right. The prosecution, the prosecutor worked for the judge, or the judge worked for. They have some sort of working relationship,
right?
But
that's almost always the case. It's small circles in law. It really is.
She definitely does have different rules for the prosecution and defense.
Oh yeah.
It's clear. And what was weird was before the trial happened, both sides, the prosecution and the defense, requested a continuance, and the judge said, "Now we're gone." Even though they both said we need more time to prepare it. Oh, yeah. All right, we know we got the ball under the chair.
Well, that's actually kind of good though, because this thing needed to come to a head.
Yeah.
So now it has.
Cloak and Glomer, reverse video being intentionally inverted, including time being flipped, was bad.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes, it was. Sky in the neighborhood. Sky in the neighborhood. House long to tell Mike about inverted video. Yeah, that's it. The inverted video thing is bad.
It's horrible.
Twisted logic. 1, Karen is not a stupid woman. Oh yeah, she's an associate professor as well at the university. Yeah. 2, you'd have to be unbelievably stupid to hit a cop in front of a cop's house when you know, the cop's house that was filled with cops and ATF agents at the time.
Right.
Yeah. When you know they know you're
I don't
there.
think she did.
No.
I didn't watch the trouble.
Yeah.
For what I'm hearing, I don't think she did it.
Murray 20's got the $5. Phone's destroyed. Sallyport video inverted. Proctor saying case will be cut and dry and more text. Oh yeah, he said it would be cut and dried as well, and all those horrible text he sent. Thank you so much, Murray. Jill M's from the Australia. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Superman. Thank you. Lugmeister. Proctor was. Oh yes, the Proctor was offered a gift by the Alberts. The homeowner. The homeowner's wife told Trooper Proctor, we should really get you a gift after all of this is over. And he said, no, just give it to my wife. But on the stand, he said, no, I never asked for a gift. I never took a gift.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he said, so we should give you a gift when all this is over. That's on the text messages.
Oh,
yeah.
This is bad.
It is. Z with a £5.
They'll come back. They'll come back with the verdict today, don't you
They've
think?
got to. They've got to. It doesn't make any sense. Brian and Colin Albert and Jen McCabe, most likely suspects, were sitting with O'Keefe during the closing state. Oh yeah, they were all the witnesses were sitting there staring everybody down during closing arguments, whilst Alan Jackson called them out. Yeah, they had to listen to all of this shit. Jinver with the $5. Blood on the rest of his clothes. Yeah, he had blood down the front of his clothes. Which again, physics applies. If you're laying on your back bleeding in the snow, it's not going down the front of you. It's going into your ears.
Right.
So yeah, they never explained that. Lynn Britton, did you mention Proctor searching for nudes? Yeah, we got that. We got that base. That was horrific. Mamasaurus Rex, member for 10 months. Doesn't Jeff live by Hooker Hill? No, that's in Seoul. Mike was in the neighborhood. Yeah, see, that's totally on the other corner. That's totally on the other side of the country. Never anywhere near there. That doesn't happen. Busan's a nice, clean city, with just beaches and oceans. And,
It is.
and barbecue.
The beach was. I told you. I took a nice walk on the beach this morning. Absolutely gorgeous.
No blood in the car anywhere. Yeah, there was no blood at all on the back of the car.
That's
only just like the touch DNA and stuff. Anton Ivanov, Bev's brother defended Chris Albert. Oh yeah, okay. The judge's brother defended one of the other Albert clan in a vehicular death case.
Oh boy,
much like this. Andrew Hansen, you left out how badly damaged the taillight was. Yeah, I know we mentioned that the 47 piece is totally gone, but yeah. Oh yeah, I mentioned that the guy said it was cracked and there was a small piece missing, but when they brought the puzzle expert in, the puzzle cop in to put the pieces back together, weirdly, there was only one little piece of plastic they never accounted for. Everything else was on the front lawn. They just missed one piece of plastic. Let's see. King Ginger 333 member for 13 months. Joe's Apple Health data shows him inside that. Yeah, showed him inside the house and then going up and down 3 flights of stairs. The state medical examiner says not a classic pedestrian auto accident. They did say that. That was a thing. And Squizgar2322, I am thinking there is a juror either talked to by or working with the Alberts. That's kind of the going theory now, is they've gotten to one of the jurors and paid them off or intimidated them or done something.
Yeah.
I'm not
that might be all they're going for, is let's hang this to make the FBI prosecution harder.
Yeah.
If they get a hung versus an NG, they can say, well, we convinced one juror.
Yeah. Judge's brother represented Chris Albert in a fatal drunk hit and run, led to 30-hour police chase, and only served 6 months. Yeah, they did him a solid in the sentencing. He is now on the council select board. Thank you, Z. Mary Resnick. Judge's brother represented Chris Albert in DUI manslaughter. Officer Link, Officer Link, he's one of the guys that investigated this, gave Chris Albert a pass in earlier. Oh yeah, the Officer Link kind of helped him beat up a dude, but that's different. It was a thing. There's so
It
many.
gets deeper and deeper.
Yeah. Cheryl's our Cheryl photo. Albert's in the house. Karen screaming on the lawn. Emergency vehicles all over. They're sleeping and never came out. They said they never even woke up. Last responder, not first. Exactly. They should call them last responders. Jonathan Dean. Don't forget the testimony of Lucky, the plow guy. Yeah. There's a plow guy that drove up and down the road 3 times between like midnight and, and 3 something and said, no, I look for dogs running out. I look for cars running out. I look for fence posts.
Pay attention.
He said, yeah, there was no body on the lawn. Well, how would you know? He's like, well, I know the Alberts. I went to school with them my entire life. Their car was parked out in the street, and I did them a solid by not calling their vehicle to have it towed. So I was paying attention to their lawn, and there weren't no dead bodies on it. But what's worse, the prosecution knew this guy existed, knew his route. They never talked to him. Never talked to him.
No, because he wasn't in line with their cover-up.
Yep. So Lucky the plow guy, he testified. He was the first witness for the defense. The second witness was this woman who, this woman that testified for the defense just makes everybody else in the universe look stupid.
Mm-hmm.
She was about 1.5 million years old. She started out her life and did like a full career as a Boston police officer. I think it was like 16 years, something like that. Then she got bored, decided to go to medical school, and then she was board certified to be some type of doctor. Can't remember what way. Then she thought, well, my interest has always been in pathology. So she went and did a second residency and board testing to become a certified pathologist. And then she worked for the coroner's office for a bunch of years. So this woman had 2 full careers before most of the people here in chat were alive.
Right.
This was like in the 70s. She was doing the police work and shit. And she also just happens to be one of the recognized expert in police dog bites. She's written papers and shit and done all these things. She said, yeah, dog bite.
Yeah.
Large dog bite. You don't have to be an idiot to see that. So that was the second witness. And then the last 2 were these genius cannon builder guys. So
there you have it.
Yeah. Unknown DNA. Yeah, the unknown DNA on the taillight, just clothes and whatnot. Activista with the $2. And then there's Lucky the plow driver. Yeah, we just mentioned Lucky the plow driver. Snow plow driver and the Ford Edge. Yeah, there was a mysterious Ford Edge.
Look at you. You
Thanks, Alfred.
You got the super chats going on over here.
Well, that's just because you're here and they want to do it. They want to do. Well, that. Sorry to everybody that's just been chatting away. We got 1,700 people here. Thank you, 1,700 people. You guys, but hey, I do have to say to you, 1,700 people here, there's 700 likes. 1,000 of you haven't done their job. You're just listening to story time. 1,000 of you haven't hit the like button. Get down there and hit that button right now. It takes 0 time. It costs nothing. It takes you a quarter of a second at most. And hit the subscribe button while you're down there. We definitely need more subscribers. How are we doing on subscribers?
Pick one of these up.
If you can, they'll blow out a disc in your back if you're not careful.
Get over here.
They're big piles of meat. Hey, what's up, Yoda?
All right. Show you what I'm dealing with.
What's up, Yoda? Hi, Yoda. It's Yoda. Hi, everybody. Big dummy. Now Strawberry's jealous. She doesn't want to be picked up, but she's jealous. We've got 77,260 subscribers. We need 40 more subscribers to get to 77,300.
Let's get her done.
Everybody hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. See, look at that. We've already got 900 likes. A bunch of you have 900. That's great. Keep it going, people.
That is awesome.
Thank you so much. And no homicide. Oh yeah. Cause of death was blunt force trauma and hypothermia. Manner of death, don't know. And they couldn't. She wouldn't even put homicide on the death certificate as the cause of death. And the trooper Proctor and the other guy were texting back and forth, going, dude, you couldn't even get her to say it was homicide. You suck. You know, and they're like giving you,
Yeah.
you know, you put pressure on her and you couldn't even get her to put homicide. How basic ass of a cop are you? You can't even get a homicide.
Oh.
Yeah, it was bad.
Those are, of course, the thoughts you'd think, but
Yeah.
you got to be so stupid to put this in a text.
Yeah, cops texting each other. The red hot mic. Oh God, yeah. One of the guys that was testifying for it was the data recovery guy, the data analyst. He was, while he was undergoing direct examination by the prosecutor, hot mic incident. He's like, oh, just kill me. he just whispers right in the mic, oh, just kill me.
Oh man,
it was bad. Yeah. Oh yes, and this is just one chapter, Mike, says Guys in the Neighborhood.
All right,
That's it.
I might have to. All right, thanks for having me, my man.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
So here's what's going to happen, people. Right now it's 10:42. I'm going to say goodbye to Mike, get him a taxi, put him in there. I'll be back in about 20 minutes. I'll put on Trooper Proctor's testimony so you can hear about him talking about searching for nudes and, you know, saying all the horrific shit that he said to Karen Reed again. I'll put that on. I'll be back in about 20 minutes. And we've unlocked Doggo Cam a long time ago. We'll release the hounds. We'll follow this through for a couple more hours and talk about stuff. But give me a few minutes just to say goodbye to Mike. Mike, say goodbye to your peeps and all the other peeps. And
Nice seeing y'all. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. This has been really fun.
And they should come back with a verdict today. Hopefully, if they don't, what will happen tomorrow is I will not be streaming tomorrow. If there's a verdict today, I won't be streaming at all tomorrow. If there is no verdict again today, I will start streaming at some time late because Mike and I are going to go out to dinner and we're going to hang out. This is his last day here tomorrow. So we'll hang out in the evening, have some drinks, have some steak. And whenever I get home, I'll fire up the camera and we'll hang out for a bit tomorrow. You'll just have to stay tuned and play it that way. And next time, don't dox yourself, Mike. Yeah, this is his now undisclosed location. Now his disclosed location.
Yeah. Well, now it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm just careful at the time, you know?
Yeah. All right, folks. Well, thank you so much for putting up with me and Mike. Thanks for popping in.
Oh, that was good times, man.
You can't be like hanging out together and just not do this.
Absolutely, it was required.
I hope everybody was surprised and found it amusing. We thought it was amusing setting it up. This is gonna be funny. All right, let me get rid of the court cam here. We'll bring up Proctor, and I'm just gonna play this next. I'll be back in 15-20 minutes. So hang tight, people. I'll put up a banner here so that people know what the hell's going on. Karen, you can do that. Banner. Create banner. Let's see right here. We'll do it in all caps because that's how I roll. I will be back around the top of the hour. The top of the hour. All right. Add banner. Show. There we go. Let me put on Big and Karen here. We even created an icon for this. For the witnesses and the prosecution involved. If we turn off the cam, let's see. Put that there. Make sure we've got whatchamacallums. Closed captions here. Hang on. Let's fast forward a bit. No, that's not fast. That's not fast forwarding. Stop it. Don't touch things. Don't ruin it. There we go. That's her parents and family. Right.
One more matter of housekeeping. I have another set of
That's that there.
iOS messages that are inclusive of pages 2527 through
All right, move that up there.
25.
All right, so I'll push play on this, and I'll be back, like I said, in about 15, 20 minutes. Then we'll pick it back up, and we'll watch the opening statements from Mr. Iannetti for the defense. Ozzy Wombat says, Aussie Insider posted about Paul O'Keefe involved in the DUI accident, causing victim to be paralyzed, and dares to glare at Karen Reed like he does. Well, that's because he's a piece of human garbage. That's why. And that's my unofficial opinion. So, all right, guys, we'll let Mike take care here. We'll do a peace out. Mike, take care again. Thanks.
All right.
We'll put on our favorite emoji. Where's our favorite emoji? Stop cam. That's our intellectually challenged pussy frog. All right, we'll see you guys. I'll be back in about 15, 20 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll unleash the dogs when I get back. See you in a bit. Pushing play.
545.
Bye, folks.
I'd like
I'll be
to
right
have
back.
these marked as, for identification as next in order.
All right, if you have any others, let's have them all marked for identification at the same time.
Your Honor, may I stand at council table to
Yeah, sure.
deal with this?
And let's try and do it quickly. It's just for Mr. Jackson, let's try and do it quickly. It's just for identification.
Yes, these are all just for identification.
Yep.
I'll give the court the inclusive base stamp number. Next packet will be 2680 through 2685. Sorry, that was the first one.
Right.
Mark's easy. The second one is 2527 through 2545. The next set would be a single page 2625. The next packet would be 2662 and 2679. The next is just 2 pages, 2623 and 2624. The next packet would be 2518 and 2526. Following that, 2618 and 2620. Then packet 2628 and 2634, and finally a packet inclusive of 2583 to 2617.
All right, Madam Court Reporter, if you'd be so kind, please. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes. Remember that it's CB through triple H
Thank you.
for identification.
Thank you. All right, go right ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jackson.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you. Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's the private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with.
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there. They're identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I do not.
I want to take a look at page 2527. If you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this chat, this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who was fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficient. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Oh, well, is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They wanted it. They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. You have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah, maybe.
That the owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner's a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope, The homeowners at Boston Cop 2 was the homeowner's gonna get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh goodness, the homeowner's gonna get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston Cop 2. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston
why he's not going to get any shit, correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get finish
Some-
your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes, ma'am.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that. Correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Okay, people. Hi, how we doing? How is everybody? I'm back. Gee, it looks like about 1,000 of you went somewhere else while I was doing this. Shame on you people. I told you I was coming back in like 15 minutes. Well, I'm back now. How are we all doing? All right, we got to catch up here. Watching the court cam. They're doing their court thing. Make sure we're up to speed on the law and crime cam. Yep, the fan is still spinning. So how are we doing, people? They've been deliberating for 22 hours now. I guess I'm back. I can take this away. What happened while I was gone? No more Proctor, pretty please. Yeah, I know. I just did that. Poll. Yeah, well, I just got back here. You know, we didn't need the poll to begin with, but what kind of a poll should we put up? Let me bring up the court cam here again, just so we don't miss anything. There we go. That's what we're looking at here. We've got a few things to do here. We've got all of our housekeeping stuff. Let's see. Well, for those of you that watched from the beginning, for an hour and a half ago, we had Law Talk with Mike on here. Law Talk, great channel. If you haven't subscribed to him, I don't know why. You need to be over there. I'm just assuming that everyone that knows him, everyone that knows me knows him already. But I'm just saying, if you don't know who Law Talk with Mike is, get over to Law Talk with Mike's channel and subscribe to him and do some really fun stuff. We just thought we'd mess with you a little bit because he happened to be in the general vicinity of Asia and went, he said, hey, what's going on? And, I said, come on over. So he pulled up here the other day, and we've been hanging out, showing him around Busan. Like I said, there's an open policy. You happen to find yourself in Busan, Korea, let me know. Well, we can hang. Why not? So yeah, well, as I said, we'll be having dinner with him again. I'll be having dinner with him again tomorrow and hanging out for a bit. So we probably won't do a stream tomorrow. We'll just have to see. David Nelson says Asia is a small place. I guess it's fast and cheap to travel places. I mean, like, from where I am, I'm 2 hours away from Beijing, an hour and 20 minutes away from Shanghai, a few hours away from Hong Kong and Thailand and the Philippines. I'm 40 minutes away from Fukuoka, Japan, 2 hours away, 2.5 hours away from Tokyo. So you can we're kind of central to everywhere, and the flight is cheap. You can fly from one place to the other very, very cheaply. I have to mute myself here for a second while I readjust the microphone to fit my. All right, microphone is back where it belongs. Jeff is so hospitable. Wait, I mean, if you find yourself in this corner of the world, there's got to be a reason for it, and I'll say howdy. We just said we should just stream and then just do silly stuff. I thought it would just kind of be weird because he's when he's been doing his stuff, he's been in an undisclosed location. We thought, well, maybe today needs to be the reveal. So we thought we'd just do the silly little bait and switch and confuse people at the beginning. I saw most of the WTF chats and things at the beginning, but I'll have to go back and see what the other chats were at the beginning. Right. So to bring everybody up to speed, jury is in, we can't see it down here, but it says jury is in hour 22 of deliberations. We're 1 hour away from Rittenhouse jury length. The Rittenhouse jury was 23 hours to come back with a not guilty verdict. The jury has already indicated to the court that they were deadlocked and unable to come to a unanimous decision. The judge told them to go back and continue their efforts. And not only did they go back and continue their efforts, they went back and they actually asked for additional time, which indicates there's still, to me anyway, I could be completely wrong, but it seems to indicate that there is some valuable communication still going back and forth. So I'm thinking they can still come to a conclusion. I'm thinking they can work this out. And I would think if they're asking for more time, maybe they're close. I was hoping that they would ask for the more time so they could come to reach their verdict and then just kind of spend the morning doing the paperwork. But that doesn't seem to be the case. So we'll see how it goes. What is this? Jonathan Irwin. Okay, I'm back. Isn't it amazing when the bank transfer happens right away? And if there's a mistake, they have 3 to 5 days to correct it. But if you make a mistake, they take that NSFM. Oh yeah, they take the non-sufficient funds money immediately. That's why I was like, I made a 15 back in the days of checkbooks. You make the 10 or 15 cent error in your checkbook, and you somehow end up getting overdrafted you wrote a check for a bottle of Mountain Dew. Your $2 bottle of Mountain Dew ends up costing you like $37. Love that. That's always fun. All right, I thought Rittenhouse was 27, but apparently it was 23. We looked that up last week because I thought it was 27 too. So I don't know. I'm newish to your channel, curious about your story on how you ended up in Korea. Sans any self-doxing, of course. Very, 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 very nutshell. It's been out there quite a few times. We've discussed it numerous times, but we're always up for it. Very, very quick summary in a nutshell while we're waiting for the court to continue. I first came here, excuse me while I take a drink of my lovely, I made this amazing cocktail. Mike had his vodka soda and lime. I made this amazing old fashioned, and it's kind of getting watery because it's just been sitting there for an hour and 35 minutes. But okay, I originally started life here in Korea in September 21st of 1988, nigh unto 36 years ago, as a squeaky clean, fresh out of the box, newly minted Mormon missionary. 19, say years old, I was 21, went back home to Utah. A few months later, I came back here as an exchange student to Busan National University here in Busan, Korea. Stayed there for a little over a year and a half-ish. Went back, did my senior year of university, went to law school, and then came back here full-time to work for a law firm. That's the very, very basic nuts and bolts thing. So this September 21st will be 36 years in Korea, with the exception of my final year of university and 3 years of law school. But I came here during the summer vacations for all those. So I just visited the States for extended periods. That's the story in a very, very, very small nutshell. Let's see if I've missed. Okay, we haven't had any of the super chats since I was gone, so we're all caught up on those. Oh, which reminds me, we have unlocked Doggo Cam. So let's see. Let's take care of that extra camera. Let's see. There's the camera. All right, share that. And because we've reached that part of the show that we call
Release the hounds.
we are going to
Release the hounds.
That's Yoda. Strawberry has taken her position under my desk and is just licking my ankle. So there we go. Alfred Wynn Jr. Off-topic question: how is civil asset forfeiture legal when in both 5th and 14th Amendments state no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process? Your take, please. That would be a more appropriate question for a constitutional law lawyer, which I most certainly am not. But I'd say it's shit. Like especially if you're talking about things like, oh, we arrest, the cop pulls you over and says, oh my gosh, we arrested you. You have some drugs in your car. I bet you bought this car with drug money. So we're seizing your car. Oh, and we're seizing all of the money in your wallet, things like that. Yeah, that shit is just, I think, horrific and bad and evil and wrong. I hate it. That's about the best answer you're going to get out of me, I'm afraid. You'll need to get someone much more well-versed in the subject than me. But thank you very much for that. So we've caught up on all of those. We've got Strawberry there. Sorry, that's Yoda. Strawberry's under the desk. Great. That's taken care of. Cool beans. In Massachusetts, they do not allow readback of expert testimony. So better hope jurors wrote the right stuff down. Yes, that is correct and true. Normally you don't get transcripts reread, because the idea is you get to hear a witness once. And essentially reading back the transcripts would be like allowing the person to testify twice. Do you think the jury will come back today? I do. I really think they might come back with another "we're hung," in which case the judge can send them out again. The judge basically gets to send them out twice, and they can give them the Tuilli-Rodriguez charges, which is basically, you've got a job to do. Listen to both sides. Come to a verdict. Reach a decision. You're just as smart as everybody else. So go back and give it another crack. And my understanding is if they come back a third time and say, we still can't work it out, she gets to send them out once, they come back, she sends them out the third time, they come back. And if they come back the third time and say, we still can't reach a decision, she is required to declare a mistrial. So basically they get to come back. If they come back the third time, it's over automatically. So I don't know. Maybe we'll get it done. I hope so. When I tell you 3 times is true. Alan Wall. Let's see here. How you doing, Alan? Nice to see Alan Walsh. All right, just kind of scrolling back here through chat to see what we've missed. September 21st, 1980 was my husband's 21st birthday. Well, that was me arriving here in Korea as a 19-year-old. All right, well, we're an hour and 40 minutes in, 1,022 concurrent viewers. We've got 1,066 1,091 likes. Thank you, guys. I asked for you to hit that like button while I was sending Law Talk with Mike packing, and you responded. Thank you so very, very much for that. I appreciate that. Let's see. I'm still scrolling through here, kind of catching up, making sure we've got everything covered. So it was really good. Mike is a really cool guy. I've always enjoyed watching his channel. We've had a few conversations. I was on his channel for a little bit in the early days. He makes the very rare occasional appearance on the F at Fridays, mostly because we jump around. We have ADHD topics on the F at Fridays. We can have Anna, that Star Wars girl, be on here. We can be talking about Star Wars, then talk about video games, then talk about murder trials, then talk about dumb shit. So, but he's a good guy, and I'm really enjoying hanging out with him. It's been a fun few days, and tomorrow's going to be the last day. So just had to pack him off into his taxi and get him sent back off to his hotel room. And if you're just joining us and you didn't see the beginning, we had a little thing with, if you're familiar with the channel Law Talk with Mike is visiting me here in Busan, South Korea for a while. So he joined me for the first hour and a half of the stream, first hour and a half, and we had fun. All right. So if you want to see that, you can go back and watch it. Right. I think we've got everything taken care of that we need to get taken care of. So let me bring up this camera, Law and Crime, on my other browser so I can keep it active while we're doing something else. What the hell is this called? It's Law and Crime. Law and Crime. There we go. Ceiling Dion is at work. Should we do? All right, we got to put up a like and subscribe here poll. A like and subscribe poll here. Currently, Law and Crime says 7% guilty, 61% not guilty, and 31% say hung jury. That's interesting. I think we should do just that basic of a poll. A guilty, not guilty, guilty of anything, not guilty of anything, and hung jury. I think we'll do that for our like and subscribe poll here. Just to remind you to hit that like and subscribe button. And while I'm writing the like and subscribe poll, please take advantage of this opportunity to go down there and hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already done so. If you have already subscribed, just please do me a favor. Double check to make sure you're still subscribed. That would be super awesome. I see like, subscribe, vote. What will happen? Question mark. Guilty of anything. Guilty of anything. Just any of the charges. Not guilty. Not guilty. Guilty. Not guilty of anything. And add our option of hung jury. All right, that's the like and subscribe poll. It has started. It is up. We'll check back in and see if it comes anywhere close to what Law and Crime is doing, which I think it probably will. So, all right, I'm going to take this out of the way. And what I want to do, we'll have to set this up because I didn't set it up ahead of time because I'm brain dead. That's why we did the breakdown of the closing arguments for both sides. And last Friday we did the opening statements for Prosecutor Lally. So what we will do now, while we wait for something to happen, we will go back and begin watching defense lawyer Ianetti's opening statements to see how they were, to see what they, what they were able to show that they said they were going to show, what doubt they were able to cast on the prosecution that they said they were going to be able to doubt and to cast doubt on, and we'll give them a letter grade. So let's see here. Let me bring this up. YouTube, law and crime. What the hell is that? I bought an astronaut's storage unit. Some of the weirdest shit comes up on my timeline. I hate looking for videos on YouTube because I always get distracted by other videos and never get where I'm going. So, all right, we need to find day 1 of the Karen Reed trial on law and crime. This thing has been going for 35 court days. 35 court days, Strawberry. What do you think of that, huh? What do you think of that, you silly dog? Oops. Sorry, had to give the dogs a little love. What are the doggos doing? Yoda is licking Strawberry's foot, as you can see. Going back to day 14, day 10, day 6, day 1. There we go. We're on day 1 of the trial there. What's up? Come here, Straubs. What are you doing? All right, Yoda, what are you doing here? Get you there. All right. Okay, we're all set here. What's up? What's up, Yoda? You look tired. All right, we're good. Good. All right. Sorry. I just had to reorganize my brain here. We do have another super chat here. Enjoy Ride. How are you doing, Joy Ride? Good to see you here. The text telling me he didn't come into the house. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell him that. I'll make a point to bring that up to Mike, because this is what I hate. Law Talk with Mike here that joined me at the first hour. If you saw that, we were just talking about what's this Karen Reed case about. I said I didn't watch it. I know nothing about it. I figured I hadn't seen anything about it. Everybody's telling me I have to watch it, but I knew nothing about it, so I just shut it off and I don't know a thing. I said, dude, I cannot possibly explain this to you. And anyways, let's just take the first half hour before the hearing starts, and before trial starts, and then you can send me off in my text. I'm like, dude, it's not going to work. And he learned why. That literally just took an hour and a half to explain the basics of this case to him. And walking out, he's like, yeah, she didn't effing hit him. There's just no way. This is just bullshit. And that's just based on what he heard us talk about. And that was only the basics of the case. This is hands down the weirdest, wildest case that I've seen since I've been doing this YouTube thing. That is what it is. So we're going to just kill some more time here, waiting for something to happen in court. I've got the court cam going over here. The jury has now entered the 23rd hour of deliberation. Still, I mean, it's been 5 days, but then we think, okay, it's only been 23 hours. That's not really a crazy amount of time. So let's have faith that the jurors will do the smart thing. Yes, this is the weirdest, wildest, wackiest case I've seen so far, Hayden, including the Taylor's business case. That was just a weird set of facts. It was creepy and weird and cannibal-y and gross. This is weird in the weirdest sense of the word weird. Amel, what's up, Amel? Could be TLA and following the Young Thug trial. Yeah, the Young Thug trial. God bless Nick Starro for covering that thing. That's not weird, wild, and wacky. That's just an absolute cluster F. And that's why Nick likes to say you can't un-F a cluster F. And we thought the business case was weird. That was just gross and disgusting. This is just bizarre. All right, we're going to bring up day 1. We're sharing the opening statements by Mr. Yannetti. I don't think we need to see any more of Trooper Proctor. He can go away. We don't like him anymore. We never did, but we like him even less now. Injuries. There we go. There's the right window. Tim Biggin. All right, this is the opening statement of Mr. Yannetti. We're going to watch this, break it down, pause it quite often, just to so I can tell you what I think about his tactics, his strategy, what he says, what he's been able to prove, etc. On the closing arguments, I gave him an A-. I gave Lally what did I give him? I think I gave him a C, if I recall correctly. I think I gave him a C. And on opening statements, I gave Lally a C-. I thought he did worse. I wanted to give him a D+, but I gave him a participation trophy. And I bumped his grade from a D+ to a C-. But that's where we were. So we're going to look at Yannetti here and see how he did. Bring him up. Anything else you got to get off your chest before we jump into this, peoples? I hope you guys had a great fun time there watching me try to explain this to Law Talk with Mike. I had fun doing it. He's baffled, bewildered, and more confused than ever. What, if any, grade did you give to Lally? Yeah, I gave him a C- in his opening statements. There we go. Let's rock and roll.
Eddie?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death. And that means that somebody else did.
All right, that was a bold statement. That was wild. I mean, that she was framed. She didn't hit him. Somebody else did. Somebody else murdered him. That grabbed your attention. We were bored with Lally before he even started talking. But boy, if you want to get somebody's attention, if you want, like, hey, jury, if you want to grab that jury's attention, just saying the cops framed my client, that's a good way to do it. So, he's getting an A+ right out of the gate. What do you eat with steak for breakfast? Steak for breakfast? Eggs. Like eggs over easy. If you're not an over easy fan, scrambled eggs and toast, steak, toast, and over easy or sunny side up eggs with a few dashes of Tabasco sauce. And that's a great way. That's a great breakfast. But I will be having amazing steak for dinner tomorrow. So yum.
You will learn that it was no accident that John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th of 2022. You will learn that at that address lived a well-known and well-connected law enforcement family in Canton, the Alberts. Because the Alberts were involved.
There you go. He's just coming out swinging for the fence. He's not being wishy-washy and milquetoast like Lally is. He's swinging for the fences right from the beginning. She's framed. She never hit him. Somebody else killed him. The Alberts are involved, and he's just going for it. And cojones. This is not a normal way to start a defense opening statement. These are not words you normally hear from a defense lawyer.
And because they had close connections to the investigators in this case, Karen Reed was framed for a murder she did not commit.
Twice, he said.
Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. As I previously told you, my name is David Yannetti.
And what do you guys think of that? That's an interesting thing that I didn't notice the first time. He went through all of that. He went through this. She was framed. She didn't do it. Somebody else did it. The Alberts are involved. They're in up to their elbows with the officers that are investigating. Oh, and by the way, good morning. My name is Yannetti. What do you think about him not introducing himself to the jury or saying hi to the jury before he launches into this? I think it's interesting. I don't know that I've ever seen that before, now that I think about it, where they sort of give you like a prologue before they start chapter 1. That was the prologue. Here's the deal. Got that out of the way now. Oh, by the way, hi. How y'all doing? Thank you for being here. I agree. I think it's more impactful. Catherine likes it. So yeah, I like it. He seems genuine, like a man dying to say what needs to be known. So there we go.
I'm an attorney with an office in Boston, together with attorneys Alan Jackson and Elizabeth Little. It's truly my privilege and my honor to represent Karen Reed during this trial. From a very early juncture in this case, you will question the Commonwealth's theory of the case. You will question the quality of the Commonwealth's evidence. You will question the veracity of the Commonwealth's witnesses. And you will question their shoddy and biased investigation, a faulty investigation that led to Karen Reed sitting here today. You will learn, in short, that the police did no real investigation of this case, and you will question why. You'll question why the investigators had such tunnel vision. You'll question why they focused solely on Karen Reed, someone with no ties to the Canton Police Department, as opposed to the well-known and well-connected Albert family of Canton, family that was never treated as suspects by the investigators in this case. Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found mortally injured on Brian Albert's front lawn. His body was in full view and almost right below Brian Albert's bedroom window on his front lawn. He was found wearing only one sneaker. You'll learn that Brian Albert was a Boston police officer as well, and that he was a trained first responder. Brian Albert was notified that another police officer was injured and unresponsive on his front lawn, and Brian Albert did nothing. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, and other civilians were on his property that morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Police, EMTs, firefighters, police cruisers, an ambulance, fire truck, lights flashing, and first responder Brian Albert never came out of his house.
And I think that is a good conversation stopper there as well. All of these, lights flashing. There's all these people crawling around this guy's front lawn, and fellow police officer and first responder dude couldn't even be bothered to get out of his house. Like the guy that had a dead body on his front lawn, the dead body of another police officer, couldn't be bothered to get out of his house when there's all the emergency vehicles around. I like that. I like how he brings that and emphasizes that he couldn't even be bothered to come out of his house.
Equally important for you will be the fact that the lead homicide investigators never went inside the Albert home that night. You'll learn that Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, is a Canton police officer. It was obvious very early on that the Canton police should not be investigating the death of a man found on the property of the brother of a Canton police officer. So it was decided just about from the start that the Massachusetts State Police should take complete control of this investigation because the Canton police were conflicted out. Now, that sounded good at the time. But you'll learn that two major problems arose. First, despite the fact that they obviously had a conflict of interest.
Okay, again, I like this. I like that he said, okay, there's two problems here. There's two problems at work, and I'm going to tell you what they are. And now he's going through the first problem here right now. So I like it when you say, okay, there's three things you have to look at. There's two problems with that. That says, okay, I have to pay attention. I need to pay attention so I can hear what both of these are, and I need to think about them and focus on them so that I can differentiate between the two. So I like that as an attention getter, and someone that and in a way that using the phrase makes you, it forces you a little bit to pay more attention to what's being said.
But you'll learn that two major problems arose. First, despite the fact that they obviously had a conflict of interest, the evidence will show that the Canton police still had their hands in this investigation. You will find it astounding. But Canton police officer Kevin Albert, the reason for the conflict of interest in the first place, was continually updated about the status of this investigation while it was going on. Second, and equally troubling, is that the lead state police detective who was assigned to this case was a man named Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor, you will learn, is one of the many people in Canton with deep ties to the Albert family. Michael Proctor's own mother refers to the Alberts as the Proctor's second family.
Now he's arguing. That's one thing that he didn't show during his arguments. That was, they never put on a witness to say that. They never proved that that's what it was. They tried to elicit the testimony from witnesses on cross-examination. He tried to bring that up. They denied it, and that's kind of really where it died. So I guess if you're looking at points scored or points off for following through and proving what you said you were going to prove or show what you were going to show, maybe you could make that a demerit or two on his final grade. But you could also look at it and go, he didn't have anyone that testified to that, but he certainly raised the question in the mind of the jurors. And that's what the defense really has to do. Again, they don't have to prove a damn thing. He doesn't even have to say a word. But I mean, rather than having to prove something, raising doubt that something happened, raising questions that this may have been the case, I think is a good win. So while I think you could take points off, I think you could also add points. So I think it kind of balances out ultimately. Trump immunity ruling in. Okay. Let's look at the Trump ruling. I haven't been following the Trump thing, and I'm not a big politic follower guy. If someone just tells me what it is, let me know, and we'll say that's about as interested as I am in it. I think you should have immunity. So there we go. We'll see what it is. Angela Haler, I hope you're not talking to me. That would be weird. Anyway, we'll talk about it here in a bit. I think it's demerits and advantages.
Michael Proctor was in the wedding party with Colin Albert, and he sat at the head table of that wedding with members of the Albert family. That's the man who was chosen to lead the investigation into the suspicious death on the property. Brian Albert. That's the man who gave updates to Canton police officer Kevin Albert while the state police were supposed to be investigating what had occurred at his brother Brian Albert's house. You'll learn that right from the jump, Michael Proctor predetermined the outcome of this case. Never stepped foot inside the Albert home on January 29th, 2022. Never checked out whether there were any signs of struggle inside that home. He never called for crime scene technicians and other specialists to look for blood or other trace evidence within the home. He never asked Brian Albert for permission to go in the home and take a look around. Michael Proctor never applied for a search warrant to go in that home. Instead, he focused immediately and exclusively on Karen Reed, the outsider.
And this is such a cliche defense. It's I mean, almost every defense lawyer will use this argument. It's tunnel vision. They only focused on my client. They didn't look at anybody else. They didn't search. They didn't do absolutely everything. They didn't ask questions of everybody in the neighborhood. They didn't check out all possible leads. This is a very, very cliche argument. It just happens to be really, really true in this case. As it turns out, we had Proctor himself and everybody else saying that within 16 hours, the same day this event happened, they already decided she did it. They didn't need to question other people. They didn't need to look at other. The evidence, they said, was overwhelming that she did this, all in the space of 16 hours. So, although this is a very, very cliche, and it's actually, frankly, a very tiresome argument, you just know to expect it. All right, yeah, you're going to say they had tunnel vision. Couldn't have been your guy, but they just didn't check out. I don't like the argument by and large, but it just happens to be the case here. They literally didn't look at anybody else because they knew within 16 hours that she did it.
You will learn that no one in the Proctor family has ever called the Reed family their second family. No one in the Proctor family had been in a wedding party with anyone from the Reed family. Karen Reed was a convenient outsider. She was most definitely not from Canton. So how did Michael Proctor feel about her? How did he treat somebody he was investigating at a point in time when he should have been keeping an open mind and focusing on obtaining all possible evidence so that he didn't miss anything? Well, you will learn that on the very day that John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor was texting with his high school buddies about this supposedly secret investigation.
I said we wouldn't have to hear any more about Proctor. I lied. We have to hear about this in the opening statements. And yeah, there we go.
Using his personal cell phone. He was revealing information about this investigation to his friends, assuming that nobody would ever find out what he was doing and what he was saying. And he was revealing his true thoughts about Karen Reed to his friends, not what he put in his sanitized police reports, his true feelings to his friends whom he trusted, and in text messages that he never thought would come into the hands of the defense in this case. Lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names you would reserve only for your worst enemies. He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself. He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. And you'll know that he did because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed. And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet. That is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe.
And that was completely proven. Everything he just said is unequivocally admitted by Proctor himself, denounced by Lally. I mean, it was so bad and we know, we all know, we have to go over Proctor stuff yet again, but we all know it was so bad that he had to be denounced by Lally as being just a piece of crap, garbage human being who, even though he was saying and doing these horrific things, you should still believe that he's a good, unbiased investigating police officer. So yeah, that's a bit of a problem for him, I think. While we're paused here, let's do a couple of things. As I said, currently, Law and Crime, I said, has 7% guilty, 61% not guilty, 32% hung jury. How are we doing over here on our like and subscribe poll? Surprisingly different than Law and Crime. 3% say guilty. 47%, 61% on Law and Crime. 47% of you said she's going to be found not guilty of anything. Whereas 32% said hung jury, 50% of you say you believe it's going to be a hung jury. Wow. All right. Island is bringing us update on the Trump judgment. Supreme Court nutshell, but Congress may not criminalize the president's conduct in carrying out the responsibilities of the executive branch under the Constitution. So does that mean he gets immunity? Sounds like it. That'd be cool. So anywho, there we are. And we got a couple of other things here to get to. Joy Wright says the text, tell me you didn't come into the house. Yeah, we mentioned that. Sorry about that. There we are. Emil, that's what I was looking for. Emil says, what do you stay for? I did all these. How come there we go. I forgot to scroll down. Squizgar says the Trump immunity ruling is in. So there we go. We think we've got what we need. It seems to be that they went for him. They said he is immune. I guess that seems what Island's summary seems to say. So almost total immunity, but not total. All right, interesting. I expect Kurt Uncivil Law will have more about that than I will. So I'll have to check it out and see. And Duncan, Idaho has been a member for 6 months. Slap some Roman armor on Yannetti, and he looks like Quintus from Gladiator. Am I right? Oh, yeah, he kind of does, doesn't he? We'll give him that. We'll give him Quintus. And Angela Halo, you are weird. Why is this even going on in chat? Good Lord. Okay, on to more pressing issues because I'm not going to let it go until you address this. How do you have such wonderful skin? On next break, can we know your skincare routine and products? I'm serious. I use soap, water. When I remember, I use. I'm a guy. I'm your typical, Utah cowboy guy. I didn't even know lotion existed for like 40 years. But yeah, I mean, occasionally I was introduced to the wonders of lotion. I don't know, 10 years ago. No, God, it hasn't even been anywhere near that long. I'll say 3-4 years ago, I started to use lotion occasionally when I remembered to do it. I do use an expensive lotion. I use it's called Byredo, Byredo. Byredo skin lotion, hand cream and skin lotion. That's all I do when I remember to put it on. It's really expensive, but it's really freaking good. It's like if I was back home and I was using that lotion, I would have to kick my own ass. But that's it. That's all. Lotion's a relatively new thing. I don't have that great of skin. I just, I have like laugh lines and shit, but that's about it. I've always had a wrinkly forehead. I've just always have. I don't know. I don't think I have that great of skin, but thank you very much, Angela. Angela, appreciate that. Soap, water, and Byredo lotion. That's about it. And when the beard's longer, you use like some various beard oils and stuff like that just to make it soft and lovely. Are you everybody satisfied? Are we all happy with my skincare? Wait, the dogs are gone. Where are they gone? We don't have doggo cam. We have blanket cam. We'll put that back on when the dogs return. All right. I hope you're all happy with my thing, with my skincare routine. It's there. I don't know why you're asking that. We're looking at the cam. It's the whether or not the jury has a question, we don't know. It's still being shown. We still have a beautiful view of Ceiling Dion. When the jury comes in, when the judge comes in and the camera moves, we'll switch on over to it. But right now, it's just a rotating fan. Be quiet, Joe.
You'll learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is surely going to catch a lot of grief. And you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was? One word.
Nope.
Nope.
Nah.
And he explained why. Michael Proctor assured his buddies that the homeowner would not catch a lot of grief because, quote, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, end quote. That one sentence, ladies and gentlemen, in Michael Proctor's own words, will explain a lot to you about how this investigation was conducted. You will be able to evaluate whether Trooper Michael Proctor treated Brian Albert and his family differently because of who they are and their relationships between his family and theirs.
I do like that. I like that approach a lot. The way he said you, and he emphasized you get to decide this. You have to decide what Proctor did and what the relationships between all these people are. That statement, I think, really empowers the jury. It lets them know they are in the driver's seat. They're the ones that are responsible for this. They're the ones that get to make the decision, not the prosecutor, not the defense. The individual jurors, they are the finders of fact. They're the judge of fact. I like that. I thought that was a very empowering statement for him to give to the jury. Britt with a 20. We got a Brit 20 coming in here. Quick read of the doc. 6-3 in favor of immunity for official acts written by Roberts. Thomas wrote a concurrence. ACB partial concurrence. Sotomayor wrote the dissent, of course. That will be a jungle to get through her logic. Yeah, that would. So, all right, that's interesting. Immunity for official acts written by Roberts. Well, I'll have to read what Roberts wrote eventually. I'm just not gonna. All right, looks like we've got the jury coming in here. So let's drop this out and bring up the cam. Let's see.
Your Honor, we've got a question from the jury.
All right. So, Mr. Lally, I'd like to hear from the Commonwealth first about due and thorough deliberations.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last one.
I'd like to hear from the Commonwealth first about your view on whether the jury has conducted due and thorough deliberations.
What's the question?
Your Honor, while I understand that they have been at this for a while, I would submit that they have not, and I would ask the court not to make such a finding. Reasons for that, Your Honor, this jury heard, I believe, about 29 days or so of testimony, 657 different exhibits marked as evidence, 74 different witnesses who testified before them. And while I believe they've been out for somewhere in the vicinity of 22 or 23 hours, what I would submit to the court based on all of that, as well as the complexity of the issues presented to them, they really haven't even had 1 hour of deliberation equivalent to 1 day of testimony to each of the days of testimony that they've heard.
Good point.
So while they have been at it for a while, I would submit that based on the evidence and testimony and witnesses and the complexity of issues in this case, I would submit that they have not done a thorough deliberation up to this point.
Ms. Giannetti?
Our view is that it's time for Tuilli-Rodriguez. They've come back now twice, indicating essentially that they're hopelessly deadlocked. The content of this latest message is that they have been over all the evidence. Previous message said they did an exhaustive review. This time they said that they have fundamental disagreements about what the evidence means. And it's a matter of opinion, it's not a matter of lack of understanding. This court, when you sent the jury out, encouraged them not to take a straw vote, encouraged them to go over all the evidence in a very methodical manner. I think all indications are that they've done that. And this is what Tuilli-Rodriguez is for. We asked the court to get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I think this has been an extraordinary jury. I've never seen a note like this, reporting to be at an impasse. I do find that they're now, with the additional time that they went out without coming back Friday saying that they were deadlocked, is due in thorough deliberation. So I'm going to give Tuilli-Rodriguez.
All right.
So
That's
are they ready to come in, Jody?
Okay, so she's bringing the jury back in to give them these Tuilli-Rodriguez instructions. And what that is, it's going to be a very, very pointed
So
set
why
of
don't I take a
instructions.
recess?
All right.
And then Nancy.
Oh, hey, there's a lamp there. Okay, there's another ceiling Dion. There's several ceiling Dions we found out. We found out there's 3 or 4 ceiling Dions. But anyway, we'll bring down the volume here. Oh, I guess we don't need to bring down the volume. You need to know when they're coming back. All right. So they're giving the Tuilli-Rodriguez instructions. And what that is that is a very pointed, specific set of instructions that is it's the nuclear option is what it is. It's essentially, it's the nuclear option. It's saying, all right, this is your job. And as I was saying earlier, the instructions are very specific. You're smart, intelligent people. That's why you were chosen for this jury. You're no smarter and no more intelligent than the next people that are going to hear this if you're deadlocked. You're no more qualified or unqualified than anyone else is going to hear this. Go back and do your instructions. You have to find the defendant is not guilty if you don't think they did it. You have to find her guilty if you think she did it. It's a little bit scathing. It's a little bit of a jurors, do your job. Be jurors. You find fact. You're the finder of fact. Now go do it. Stop shirking your responsibilities. It's a bit acidic. It's a little acerbic. And she's going to read them. It's a set of written instructions. We went over them, I believe, last Friday. And the deal with that is once she reads those instructions, they go back and continue their deliberations. And if they come back again, my understanding, if they come back after she sends them out the second time with the instructions, these Tuilli-Rodriguez instructions, and they come back the third time and say, we're still deadlocked, she's required to call a mistrial. So yeah, these are some very, very direct instructions. The first instruction she gave when she handed the case to the jury, very, very vanilla. Just here's the elements of the crime. If you prove this, they have to prove this, they have to prove this, they have to prove the other thing. Otherwise, it's a not guilty verdict. Go and be good jurors. This is the set of instructions that tells the jurors to sack up and do their job, which is why they call it the nuclear option. You're essentially criticizing the jury for not doing their job and not being the finders of fact. And this is their last chance before a mistrial is declared. Which makes me wonder what's going to happen. That leads me to believe they're going to maybe go to the end of the day and either somehow magically work it out or come back the third time and say deadlocked, and then they're gone. Tracy D says she's allowed to ask the split. I don't think so. I don't think she is. I could be wrong, but that would be really weird as far as I know. And again, I'm not saying you're wrong, because I'm just saying I don't think so, because it's weird. But what would be the source of that information? I'm curious. I'm not denying or calling into question. I just don't know. Paralegal is, oh my God, do we have an update? The update is they've said they're hung again. They've reached a fundamental impasse on what the evidence means. And so she's going to give them the Tuilli-Rodriguez instructions that basically tell them to do their job. And while we're paused here, we've reached the second achievement unlock of the day, which is the shot of Gi-1 whiskey, the Korean whiskey, the first Korean whiskey that's been all grown, harvested, distilled, aged, and barreled in Korea. I have a little bit of my my old-fashioned oranges and bitter in there, so this might actually taste pretty good. But cheers to you for your support this evening. We've unlocked the second achievement, and we're about $90 away from the third achievement of the evening. So hey, cheers everybody. Thank you so much for your support. Deeply appreciated. You guys are awesome. I'm glad to have you here. Thank you for we got 1,256 likes, 1,200 concurrent viewers. Keep hitting the like, keep hitting the subscribe. We got new members. Oh, we got the new members. I forgot to count the new members. So we're about 70 away from third achievement. Yeah, the bitters and the orange doesn't help. Oh God, it kind of makes it worse. All right. Someday we'll get through this bottle and I'll never have to drink this again. That is so unpleasant. All right. We're still here on our break. And she's going to read the instructions, so I don't really have to talk about them anymore. But they are. I hope there's a mistrial, says Mary Jane. Well, I mean, at this point, anything other than a guilty verdict on any of the charges is a win for Karen Reed. But I want to know what the mistrial is on. Andrea Burkhart mentioned this, and I haven't heard anyone address it or deal with it in the Massachusetts law context. If they just come back and say we've reached an impasse, how do we know? I mean, what charges did they reach, and did they get to arrive at this impasse? Did they already say no, she's not guilty of second-degree murder? And so then they went on to were they all unanimous in saying it wasn't second-degree murder, but they had problems with one of the lesser included charges? Because you can't be retried for something you've been acquitted of. And if the jury says, unanimously she didn't commit this, but she may have done that, you can't try her on this again. I don't see how you can try her on this again. But how do we find out what they may have already agreed she didn't do? So I'm waiting to see how they address that, how they handle that. Andrea, she raised the question, and it's kind of been bothering me since she did. And I haven't been able to find a good answer for it. Emil, what's it? Emil says whiskey. $2. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So always the whiskey. That's really, really rough though. What's up, Yoda? Straub, you were barking. You want the ball? Hang on, Strawberry I have to go into ball recovery mode. Doggo is demanding her ball that is sitting too close to the Godzilla sign she doesn't like. Give me a quick second here. I'm still here. Just have to slide across the room. Ouch. And hit myself on there. There you go, Strawberry. Get the ball. Get the ball. All right, what's going on here? Be right there. Hang tight, everybody. Okay, Strawberry's back. She wants her ball. So let me turn the camera on, release the doggo hand, and there you go. There's your ball, dummy. All right, see if she go back there to your blanket, lay down. There you go. Good doggy. Good doggy. There you go. She just wants to chew her ball. All right, we're back. What have you guys been saying? Check out the David Swift trial. There's so many things. Because I've got to do this I've got to start looking into this other Massachusetts case. The one that you were all saying involves the same. We know it involves the same people, but I always thought it was similar to Karen Reed, but now people are saying it's far worse than Karen Reed, which I find really shocking. So we'll have to start looking at that when we have time. Starting this week is going to hopefully be a slow week. I hope it's a very, very slow week because Alec Baldwin is supposed to start on Monday. And then I don't want to do another trial for a very long time. I need some recovery time. There's nothing to hear. Why aren't we hearing this? There's nothing to hear yet. The court is in recess. You can see the volume is up. When the court will start talking when they are back in session. So in the meantime, I guess let's embiggen it here. So cute, little puppy. Loves the ball for sure. She just kind of hangs out. She loves her balls. There's balls all over the house. Lots of motions in the Baldwin case. Yeah. We should have our opening on Monday. Yay. Or maybe the jury selection is going to start on Monday. I believe the jury selection would be Monday, perhaps. So if that's the case, we'll be doing a Maritime Monday. We haven't done a Maritime Monday for ages. So yeah, I can't wait for Baldwin to finish so we can get back to Maritime Mondays. Get back to our retro trial Thursday. We've left Donald Hartung and his witchcraft ritual murder of his family hanging. We need to get back to that. We got a lot of good things. Openings on Wednesday. All right. So that's kind of what I thought. That'd be so that'll give us Monday and Tuesday to do stuff. Did my dad like his watch? Yeah, I still have to edit that video. I just haven't had time because of this since I got back. I still need. I was thinking about this earlier today. I have the video. I need to pull the video off my camera and edit it and upload it. But hopefully we'll be able to do that by this weekend. That's again the plan. But yes, he enjoyed it very, very much. And the several times I've talked to him since I got back from vacation, he mentions it. He's proud of it, and he showed it off to a few friends, and so he's appreciative of it. There we go. October 7th is the start of the Sarah Boone trial. So far, we'll see what happens. We'll see if that sticks. That could change too. Oh my God, she's representing herself. It's kind of what we all feared yet hoped for. It's gonna be rough. So you're gonna relight the cigar here. Hang on, folks. I'm burning for you. There we go. So we're just the judge is doing her thing. She's probably getting the Tuilli-Rodriguez instructions ready to read, getting the jury back in there. And once they're there, she'll read the instructions. She'll send them on their way. And that's the last crack they get at the apple. All right, here we go. Hey, Ozzy, what's up? Still awake. This is going to be interesting. Now, listen carefully to these instructions because these are very pointed instructions. And while they're doing that, I'm going to re-zoom out my camera.
All right. So, jurors, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Canoni, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind. The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this admission and the implications it holds. So, Mr. Foreman and members of the jury, I have an instruction for you.
And it specifically deals with personal conviction.
Our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal method for deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking in all cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained, nor is it expected. The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely an acquiescence in the conclusions of the other jurors. Still, in order to bring 12 minds to a unanimous result, you must examine the issues you have to decide with candor and with a proper regard and respect for each other's opinions. You should consider that it is desirable that this case be decided. You have been selected in the same manner and from the same source as any future jury would be selected. There is no reason to suppose that this case will ever be submitted to 12 persons who are more intelligent, more impartial, or more competent to decide it than you are, or that more or clearer evidence will be produced at another trial. With all this in mind, it is your duty to decide this case if you can do so conscientiously. In order to make a decision more attainable, the law always imposes the burden of proof on the Commonwealth to establish every essential element of each indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are left with a reasonable doubt as to any essential element of any indictment, then the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be found not guilty on that indictment. In conferring together, you ought to give proper respect to each other's opinions and listen with an open mind to each other's arguments. Where there is disagreement, those jurors who would find the defendant not guilty should consider whether the doubt in their own minds is a reasonable one, if it makes no impression upon the minds of the other jurors, who are equally honest and equally intelligent, who have heard the same evidence with the same attention, who have an equal desire to arrive at the truth, and who have taken the same oath as jurors. At the same time, those jurors who would find the defendant guilty ought seriously to ask themselves whether they may not reasonably doubt the correctness of their judgment if it is not shared by other members of the jury. They should ask themselves whether they should distrust the weight or sufficiency of the evidence if it has failed to convince the minds of their fellow jurors beyond a reasonable doubt. I will now ask you, Mr. Foreman, and members of the jury to return to your deliberations with these instructions in mind. And as with my final instructions and the supplemental instructions I sent in, I will send in a copy of this charge as well. All right, so may that be marked, Madam Court Reporter, please. All right, so thank you. We'll send you folks back out to deliberate.
All rise for the court, please. Follow me. All right, let's see if she says anything to the lawyers. When it goes back to sealing, Dion, we'll read through the Tuilli-Rodriguez instructions again.
All right, thank you.
You are muted.
Fred Flintstone. Weird, that was weird. All right, now this is it. If the jury comes back again, I believe they have to let him go. That's my understanding. I could be wrong, but I believe that as we'll see here in a minute, they get one more bite of the apple, and then that's it. All right, so that's it. They're out until something else happens. So they come back either with a verdict, or they come back yet again and say we cannot reach a decision. I think it'll probably happen at the end of the day. They'll give it the rest of the afternoon. So we'll just have to see. Right. So I am going to continue watching this, but I will bring up the Tuilli-Rodriguez charges and we will read through them again. I hope they don't come back quick because I just lit this cigar and it's going to take a while to get through. All right. Oh, give me one quick second here, folks, to bring these up. Where are we? All right. Doing things and stuff and more things here. Doing stuff and things and stuff. Check, check, check. Ah, there we are. Almost ready. Done deal. Put the cap back. So I had some chapstick here too. Hang on. Put the cap on. There we go. The Tuilli-Rodriguez charges. Bring them up. Share screen. Window. Boom. Share. That's not right. That's what we want. That's what we want to do. These are the instructions she just read. And as you can see, this is for when jurors cannot agree. When jurors cannot agree, our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal way of deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking, in all cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained or expected. Right there, these instructions are saying you can't require absolute certainty. You can't even expect absolute certainty in these cases. So that's a very pointed deal. So for the people say, well, I can't be sure. I'm not. That's not the standard. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. You can't expect or attain an absolute certainty. The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely an acquiescence in the conclusion of other jurors. So your decision should be your own. You shouldn't be bullied or pressured into it by other jurors. Still, in order to bring, in this case, 12 minds to a unanimous result, you must examine the issues you have to decide with candor and with a proper regard and respect for each other's opinions. So you have to look at the issues, you have to decide, and you also have to respect the other person's opinion. You should consider that it is desirable that the case be decided. You should desire to decide the case. You're the jury, you're the decider. You should consider that you have been selected in the same manner and from the same source as any future jury would be. There's no reason to suppose that the case will ever be submitted to 12 persons who are more intelligent, more impartial, and more competent to decide it than you are, or that more or clearer evidence will be produced on one side or the other. With all this in mind, it is your duty to decide this case if you can do so conscientiously. In order to make a decision more attainable, the law always imposes the burden of proof on one side or the other. In this criminal case, the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth to establish every part of it, every essential element beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are left in doubt as to any essential element, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. They're saying if you're in doubt as to any of the essential elements, the defendant gets that benefit of the doubt. If there's any doubt, not any. If you're left in doubt, reasonable doubt, of course. In conferring together, you ought to give proper respect to each other's opinions. So listen to the other people, respect their opinions, and listen with an open mind to each other's arguments. Now, this part I like. When there is a disagreement, those jurors who are for acquittal should consider whether a doubt in their mind is a reasonable one. If it makes no impression on the minds of other jurors who are equally honest, equally intelligent, and who have heard the same evidence with the same attention, with an equal desire to arrive at the truth, and who have taken the same oath as jurors. On the other hand, so if you have doubts, are they reasonable doubts, or are they just any doubts? So are they reasonable doubts? And on the other hand, the jurors who are for conviction ought to seriously ask themselves whether they may not reasonably doubt the correctness of the judgment. You're essentially telling if anybody's in favor of a conviction, if anybody's in favor of finding guilty, check yourself and ask yourself, are you really, really sure whether or not there may be reasonably doubt the correctness? Are you really sure your judgment is correct? Even though it's your jury, your views are not shared by other members of the jury. So check yourself and ask yourself if your judgment is correct. Do you doubt your own? You're asking the judge, asking them to second guess themselves. They should ask themselves whether they should distrust the weight and adequacy of the evidence if it has failed to convince the minds of their fellow jurors. It didn't convince the minds of your other jurors aren't convinced. So why are you convinced? I would ask you now to return to your deliberations with these thoughts in mind. Now, here's the interesting thing. The model instruction above and the alternate instructions below are adapted from the two alternatives set out in the Commonwealth v. Rodriguez. And we'll read the other one here. The other one is much shorter, and it's not as pointed as that was. But here we have the, I'll see here. And then we'll go back and we'll actually read what she wrote, because there may be differences in this. The verdict, okay, anyway, right here. It is appropriate for the judge to give such a charge when the jury is deadlocked. But because it has a certain sting to it, I like how they phrase it, there's a certain sting to it, it should not be given prematurely. And digression from the recommended language is discouraged. Commonwealth v. O'Brien, blah, 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 other stuff. The judge should not mention to the jury the possible expense or inconvenience of a second trial. So she shouldn't say, all right, you know, if this is a hung jury, it's going to cost a lot of money. It's going to be a real big inconvenience if we have to go through all this again. You're not supposed to mention that. And here's the alternate instructions. Who's Rodriguez and what did he do? I don't know. He's got a rule, an instruction named after him, so it must have been pretty interesting. The alternate instruction. This is a wording that I understand is submitted by the American Bar Association. The verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree to that verdict. Your verdict must therefore be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement, if you can do so without violating your individual judgment and conscience. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you should do so only after considering the evidence impartially with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if you become convinced that it is erroneous. Do not surrender your honest convictions as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinions of your fellow jurors, or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. Yeah, don't just change your vote because you want a unanimous verdict and you want to go home. You are not partisans for one side or the other. You are judges, the judges of fact. Your sole interest is to ascertain the truth from the evidence in this case. I ask you to return to your deliberations with these thoughts in mind. Now, this is it. Notes restrictions on sending out the jury more than twice. This is the second time they've been sent out. They came, first time was last Friday. She sent them out the first time. They just came back in. She sent them out the second time. If a jury, why does Jeff sound like Roz from Monsters Inc? Because sometimes you just have to let them know you're always watching. Always watching, Wachowski. If a jury, after due and thorough deliberation, which she's already said that they've done due and thorough deliberation, that's why that's why she's letting them out and gave these instructions. If a jury, after due and thorough deliberation, returns to court without having agreed on a verdict, the court may state anew the evidence or any part thereof, explain to them anew the law applicable to the case, and send them out for further deliberations. But if they return a second time, if they return a second time without having agreed on a verdict, they can be sent out again without their own consent. They shall not be sent out again without their own consent unless they ask from the court some further explanation of law. Okay, so now I'm reading this differently than I did last time. So I'm thinking now that after they give the instruction, so they do the deliberate and thorough deliberations, they didn't reach a verdict, can they come back again? So she sends them out with this ruling, and they come back the second time after being given these instructions. She can state the evidence anew, and she can state any part of the evidence, explain to them the law, and then send them out again. But if they come back The second time, is it? See, that's what I want to know. Is this the second time we just had, or is it the second time after giving these instructions? Massachusetts lawyers unite. We need the answer. But if it's either this is either the second time or the next time they come back is going to be the second time. Either one of those. But if they return a second time without having agreed on a verdict, they shall not be sent out again without their own consent unless they ask the court for some further explanation of law. Now, before you give the charge, I guess before the pre-Tuilli-Rodriguez charge, when the jury prematurely suggests that it may be at an impasse, but the judge concludes that the jury is not yet deadlocked and that a full Tuilli-Rodriguez charge is not called for, the appeals court recommends the judge instruct the jury using the ABA recommended language in the first 2 paragraphs of the alternate instructions. It seems reasonable to us that the jury's perception be acknowledged in some fashion. In doing so, a judge must exercise caution that the jury not be encouraged to give up the effort to reach unanimity, while at the same time ensuring the juror understands that conscientious disagreement is nevertheless acceptable. So that's what we had before she read these charges. She's like, all right, go back, do your job, be good. You haven't really had enough time. You haven't really done thorough job, so go back. But now they've said, yes, we did a thorough in consideration, due and thorough deliberation. She said she agreed. So then they gave the TUI instructions. The ABA's language is plainly intended to serve as a useful function of communicating to the jurors the nature of their obligations. Regardless of which instruction is utilized, after the jury has twice engaged in due and thorough deliberation, the judge may not send them out again without their consent. Okay, so it is the next time they come back. I was right the first time. So they've already done their due and thorough deliberation. She read the TUI charges and sent them out again. This is their second round of due and thorough deliberations. So the judge, the way I read this, they can't be sent out for the third time. To avoid subsequent problems, in Section 34 suggested the judge state clearly for the record whenever the judge determines that a potential impasse has not occurred after due and thorough deliberation. Whew. All right. So yeah, I think next time they come back, that's it. I think the judge is required to declare a mistrial unless they agree to go back for more. She can't force them. She forced them this time. I don't think she can force them again. Where are we looking at here? Duncan, Idaho with a 20. The only way someone could believe guilty at this point is if A, they weren't paying attention to or will not understand the evidence, and or B, are voting guilty for ideological or political reasons. Ain't no other way. I have to agree with you. In this case, anyone you tell about this case, we saw this with Mike earlier today with Law Talk with Mike when he was here and I was explaining it to him. If you just even explain the basic parts, you just go, this isn't how any of this works. So, we'll have to see what happens. But I agree with you, Duncan. I really, really do. And Nick Naylor, SCOTUS just ruled for Trump. Yeah, we saw that 6-3 in favor. I don't know what the ruling actually says, and I'll leave that to the constitutional law scholars to address that, because I will listen to them and I will learn from it myself. DUI guy seems to think there's one holdout for guilty. It's what it has to be. It can't be 11 people think she's guilty and there's one not guilty holdout. I can't even conceive of that being the case. I can't imagine there being more than one person that would think she's guilty. So I would agree with the DUI guy there. Amel Hakta on this case. Hakta on this case. Yeah, you got to do that. Hakta. Spit on this case. Right. Well, that's the Tuilli-Rodriguez instructions. I want to go back now and watch her read these instructions one more time, so you can see her doing it in a very monotone voice. You don't want to. I know that's how she reads everything anyway, but it's probably better she read it monotone so you don't put improper emphasis on must find them not guilty or improper influence or inflection on you must find them not guilty. Maybe she's doing the right thing. Let's see here. This is where we are. Let's go back to where the judge was. Where were you, Judge? All right, she's going to read these instructions again.
Jurors, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Canoni, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind.
And I will say that the 2 or 3 notes we've gotten from the jury, this foreman is very, he writes very, he or she writes very, very well. I mean, these are some very, very nicely worded letters to the judge. So kudos to the foreperson.
The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this admission and the implications it holds. So, Mr. Foreman and members of the jury, I have an instruction for you. Our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal method for deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking in all cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained, nor is it expected.
Okay, she did have a little bit of emphasis there on absolute certainty cannot be attained, nor can it be expected. All right.
The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely an acquiescence in the conclusions of the other jurors. Still, in order to bring 12 minds to a unanimous result, you must examine the issues you have to decide with candor and with a proper regard and respect for each other's opinions. You should consider that it is desirable that this case be decided. You have been selected in the same manner and from the same source as any future jury would be selected. There is no reason to suppose that this case will ever be submitted to 12 persons who are more intelligent, more impartial, or more competent to decide it than you are, or that more or clearer evidence will be produced at another trial. With all this in mind,
and again, I like this part of the instructions, and it says, look, you got everything that anyone else is going to have. You're just as smart as they are. Don't pass the buck onto somebody else. Do your job and come to a decision. I do like that instruction. Like I said, it's what do they call it? That we just read from. He said it was not spicy. What was the word they used? Sting. It has a certain sting to it. And I think there should be the sting. It's like, look, this is what you guys got to do. Do it. If I finally worked that out. So if they come back after this instruction, it is a mistrial. Unless they agree. She can't force them to go back again, unless they agree to it. They can say, hey, sorry, Judge, we're done. And that's it. That can't do anything about it.
it is your duty to decide this case if you can do so conscientiously. In order to make a decision more attainable, the law always imposes the burden of proof on the Commonwealth to establish every essential element of each indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are left with a reasonable doubt as to any essential element of any indictment, then the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be found not guilty on that indictment. In conferring together, you ought to give proper respect to each other's opinions and listen with an open mind to each other's arguments. Where there is disagreement, those jurors who would find the defendant not guilty should consider whether the doubt in their own minds is a reasonable one, if it makes no impression upon the minds of the other jurors who are equally honest and equally intelligent, who have heard the same evidence with the same attention, who have an equal desire to arrive at the truth, and who have taken the same oath as jurors.
And so that's the part of the instructions we just read. that's directed at those people that think she's not guilty, that think she should be acquitted. However many there are, whether there's 1 or 11 that say she should be acquitted. This is the instruction to them. So yes, you have doubts, but consider whether those doubts are reasonable doubts. Are they unreasonable doubts you got, or are they reasonable doubts? Which are reasonable, unreasonable? What is it? Go back and think about your doubts. Because you clearly said, especially where if it makes no impression on the minds of other jurors, you have to assume the other jurors are equally as honest as you. They're equally intelligent as you. They've heard the same evidence as you. They've paid the same attention as you. They have an equal desire to get to the truth as you. They've taken the same oath as you, but they're not being swayed by your arguments. They're not being they're not being persuaded. Your arguments for acquittal aren't making any particular impression on their mind. Go back and consider why not. Perhaps your doubt is not reasonable. So this is the part that's aimed at the people that think she should be acquitted. Now she's going to read the part of the instruction that deals with the people that think she's guilty.
At the same time, those jurors who would find the defendant guilty ought seriously to ask themselves whether they may not reasonably doubt the correctness of their judgment if it is not shared by other members of the jury. They should ask themselves whether they should distrust the weight or sufficiency of the evidence if it has failed to convince the minds of their fellow jurors beyond a reasonable doubt. I will now ask.
All right, so that's the part that's aimed at everybody that thinks she's guilty, whether there's 1 that thinks she's guilty or whether there's 11 others that think she's guilty. I'm saying if you are for conviction, if you think she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, you need to seriously ask yourself whether you should reasonably doubt the correctness of your own judgment. Question yourself. Do you doubt the own correctness of your judgment? The other members of the jury that think she should be acquitted, they don't share your views. Maybe you need to doubt the correctness of your own opinion. You need to ask yourself whether you should distrust the weight or adequacy of the evidence if it's failed to convince the minds of the fellow jurors. Didn't convince your other jurors, so look at it again and ask yourself if you should really distrust it if it's not good enough to convince the other jury members. And then she sends them back. So that is the gist of these instructions. Yeah, JK did figure it out.
Ask you, Mr. Foreman, and
so we'll fast forward again to where they are. Not so bad once in innocent judgment. These are instructions that have been around since at least 2009. These I keep wanting to say the Tuilli-Rodriguez instructions. Let's see if I can get a date on the Rodriguez trial. 1973. These instructions have been around in one form or another since 1973. And the recommendation is you don't stray from the wording. So yeah, she's just reading these standard instructions that the jurors should want to come to a decision, and they should question their own beliefs. If you think that she should be acquitted, if you think she's not guilty, and you have doubts, are your doubts reasonable? And she's asking those that think she's guilty, maybe your things aren't as concrete and clear as you think they are because it's not persuading the other people. So let's just see. And again, we're back to waiting mode. Wait, what? My judgment should depend on others? No, that's exactly the opposite of what she's saying. She's saying you should question it. If you have the doubt, it's not persuading other people. So maybe just look at yourself and see whether they might be right, and vice versa. If they think that if you think they should be acquitted, she should be found guilty, then let's see if you make sure your views are as strong as you think they are. So it's just asking you it's very strongly asking you to consider whether you might be wrong because other people don't share your views. That's what this has a certain sting to it, as it says in the instructions themselves. Yes, we'll miss Ceiling Dion when she's gone. The fact they can't agree means there's reasonable doubt, at least to me. Well, except for the ones that say there is no reasonable doubt and they're convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty. Someone on that jury is being paid off. I hear that a lot. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think it's to that point. Because I mean, you can disagree with me, but I give them more credit than that. Great success asks, if Karen were old and fat, would she have had the same support as many simps? I would like to think so in this case, because there's just been so much evidence of police intercoursory, of police misconduct in the way this investigation was conducted. I would like to think so. That would be the ideal, wouldn't it? Oh wait, we've lost the dogs again. Where have you gone? I know where Strawberry is. Yoda has gone to sleep, I guess. I've got a cough. Hang on. Duncan Idaho says, hey, Graham, what's up? Saying anyone who disagrees with you must be a moron or liar isn't making this joint look less of an echo chamber. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of it's everybody's own opinion. If you think anyone that disagrees, you have to be a moron because how could you possibly find them guilty? I tend to find myself leaning more towards that camp. But I mean, because I am I am personally so firmly convinced that not that she's not guilty, not that they didn't prove it. It's just, as we've been saying, factually innocent. As a matter of fact, she did not do this. I am so firmly convinced of that, that I would really desperately like to hear what the arguments of the people that think, the jury members that think she's guilty is. What is the argument that the one or more jurors are making with regards to her guilt beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, what is it that would make that person say, absolutely no question in my mind, or we're beyond any reasonable doubt, Karen Reed intended to murder her boyfriend, and backed up at a high rate of speed for a very long distance to smash him in the head with a car? What would make them be so sure of that? What evidence makes them sure of that, as well as what their explanations are for the very real possibility that the evidence could have been planted in this case? Or if you want to even set aside the conspiracy arguments, if you just look at the science, how do they explain away the scientific evidence, which came from severely overqualified people compared to the state's studied forward? It's the study of forward guys. I think it would be fascinating to hear what that juror or jurors think regarding guilt. The instruction makes sense because you're not to assume any of the other jurors is less competent than yourself. So if 11 disagree with you, and it could be 6-6, it could, or any other variable between 6-6 and 11-1. you're not to assume that any of the other judges are less competent, jurors are less competent than you. So if 11 disagree with you, there is objectively the chance you're overlooking a bias. Yeah, that's essentially what's being said. You check your biases, check your beliefs to see, because there's clearly other people that aren't convinced the way you're convinced. So, just double check to see if where your biases come from. Is it a reasonable doubt? And are you really sure about your convictions on the conviction? Kind of scrolling through chat here. Duncan counters with, who cares if you think it's an echo chamber? Your beliefs don't make any sense and clearly don't follow any logical reasoning. So have fun and believe what you want. Well, see, this is the kind of things that I would imagine are going on in the jury room. You're going, look, how can you possibly not see this? Meanwhile, the other side's going, well, how can you possibly not see this? So, and as far as chat here being an echo chamber, it's an echo chamber across the board. I mean, good grief. When we look at law and crime, where are we at here? Let's see. Chat summary. The ongoing live chat is about a hung jury in a trial. People are discussing the reasons for the hung jury. It just closed the window, damn it. Even in Law and Crime, who is notorious for just being incredibly biased in favor of any prosecution, they are always like, we're absolutely certain that the person did it. Even a very, very heavily pro-prosecution chat like Law and Crime, only 7% think she's guilty. 58% think not guilty, and 35% think hung jury. So either that's where they're sitting, but only 7% think she's guilty. That's pretty big of an echo chamber straight across the board. And if you look at the other law tubers, the channels are the same. Any non-lawyer commentators, exactly the same. Just overwhelming in favor of not guilty. So it's an interesting situation. This has a lot of support going for it. Let me see here. So we said that. What are we looking at? What will be the jury's verdict? 7% of them said guilty, and only 3% of us said guilty. So there's still, 3 in 10 of you. Wait, that'd be 30%. 3 of every 100 think she's guilty. So 7% in Law and Crime, and 3% of you guys think she's guilty. You guys are chatting faster than I can scroll through and catch up here. They defer to authority at all times. Yeah, that's kind of the way Law and Crime works. They are, as some of you would say, bootlickers. But, from comments in Reddit, it sounds like they're hung on the confession mostly. Comments in Reddit have no idea what they're hung up on. Absolute pure 100% speculation. Nobody knows what they're hung up on. And we probably never will unless somebody comes forward and tells us what they were hung up on. I mean, are they hung up on the murder, or are they hung up on the lowest of the charges? If they said, we don't think she's guilty of the primary charge, we don't think she's guilty of any of the primary charges, but some of the lesser ones, maybe. We don't know. Graham Snerdley, I made no comment on her guilt. My comments were about the defense's strategic blunders. Yeah, I'm just saying, what's going on. I'm more curious about what's going on in the jury room. I don't think I saw I have to go back and reread your comment on the defense's strategic blunders. I know you mentioned them before, which when Flux and Daniel were here on Friday, and I agree with you that what you were saying. I can see what you were saying with that. I think it was some good points. Why do people think the jury has been paid off? Because they don't agree. The general public doesn't agree after 9 weeks. The jury is no different. I agree. I don't think anybody's been paid off. I really don't. Or threatened, or from outside influences. Let's see here. I don't think there's a bought juror, but rather a juror that is only interested in the outcome, not the evidence. That is what the Tuilli-Rodriguez charge is supposed to deal with. It's supposed to say, look, if that's the case, reconsider your bias in light of the evidence. Turtle Boy thinks it's one juror and she's the crier. He has no way of knowing that. I didn't even know there was a crier, but I was watching Valhalla Waits while you were streaming, and twice there was a clear look and nod between O'Keefe's brother towards a juror. If this is what we were the one that was supposed to be like last week when they were doing this, I don't think that was a nod and a look towards the jury. It didn't seem like that to me. I'm not willing to buy into that argument. Lolly convinced me it snowed, said Alan Walsh. There you go. Chat, don't fight with each other. We can disagree, and we can do so. We can do so nicely. I think that goes for everybody involved. Let's see here. Scrolling down here. Legal advice, I hope your misrepresentation of what I have said is inadvertent. The echo chamber here cannot fathom the defense blundered. I don't know if I misrepresented. If I did, I didn't mean to misrepresent anything anybody said. I assumed you were talking about the echo chamber from chat. I think that's what I said. But well, the echo chamber here is kind of the same as the echo chamber everywhere. I mean, what that doesn't mean it's right or correct. It's just like across the board in every platform and everybody, the 7%, 3% for us to think she's guilty. So it's kind of an echo chamber everywhere on this case. But again, that doesn't mean it's right. And see, this kind of a thing is exactly what as we've been saying, this is exactly what the Tuilli-Rodriguez charge is supposed to address, where you have the people that you think so wholeheartedly she should be acquitted. Look at it again. Are your doubts, are they really reasonable or are they not? And vice versa. If you think she's guilty, do you have any other biases or anything else? So you should not be not willing to consider that you might have it wrong. And you should be willing to consider that possibility and look back at the evidence to see if maybe you didn't see something wrong, or that you may have missed something that the other jurors saw, and come to your own conclusion if whether or not you need to make a change. So this we can look at this and say this the Tuilli-Rodriguez charge is not just for the jurors, but it's for everybody in chat all the time. Are you so set in your ways, in your beliefs, that you're overlooking something that could cause you to change your feelings on the case? Palmyra Productions member for 4 months says, I have 2 researchers up there in news from journalist row juror number 7 was the only one showing emotion, took deep breath, looked up. None of the others seemed mad. Well, it could be, you can say, oh, she's the holdout, or he is it a she? Yeah, I think it's a she, right? Yeah, you said she was the crier or somebody. She could be the frustrated crier and crying because she knows she's guilty and nobody's listening to her, or she could be saying like, I don't think she's guilty. Why is something holding out? So just because someone's crying doesn't give you any indication of why they're upset, why they're crying. It could be for it could be someone who thinks she's guilty that's crying. It could be someone who thinks she's not guilty that's crying. It's just pure speculation. I've yet to see a compelling argument for guilt. I'm in the same camp, but I'm willing to look at it and consider it again. We might have to. We might have to look at it and consider it and play devil's advocate and see if anything sticks. I don't know. That's just a thing. Like, kind of continuing to scroll through here. Mary J, not really Sarah. Test of D'Urbervilles was a book by Thomas Hardy in the 1890s. Yes, it was. I'm not sure what you guys were talking about there, but I had to read that in honors English in 11th grade. Ugh. Watch the original black and white version of 12 Angry Men, Jack Klugman. Everybody, that was like that original black and white 12 Angry Men had everybody that was a big name in Hollywood, and all the big name men in Hollywood at that time were in that movie. That's a great. That movie is one of the reasons I became a lawyer. That and To Kill a Mockingbird were two movies I saw when I was very young, and they kind of made a big impression on me. This is definitely a freedom of speech chat, so the echo chamber comment doesn't even make sense. Well, it kind of does, but it doesn't mean an echo chamber is a bad thing. If could be echoing each other because it's right. Like I said, it's an echo chamber across the board, here and elsewhere too. Essentially, I guess it depends on how you define echo chamber. This shows how masses are succumbing to mainstream narratives and not necessarily being right. Well, mainstream narratives. I mean, that could apply to both sides, Kim Dodd says Graham's certainly innocent until proven guilty by the prosecution. Yeah, but there's some jurors that think, apparently at least one juror, perhaps more, that think she has been proven guilty. So she's that's where we're kind of sitting and lurking at the moment. This is fascinating. Duncan, Idaho, with the $10. The car hit him hard enough to give dog bite injuries on his arm and fight injuries on his head with no bruises or broken bones anywhere else, and hard enough to cause death from brain injury. Yep. Graham Snerdley, when did I comment on her guilt or innocence? I don't think I said you ever did comment on her guilt or innocence. I haven't seen you comment on her guilt or innocence, and I don't think I've said that. I don't think I've said. I don't know if you. I don't know if you think she's guilty or not. I have no idea. I don't think I've said that. If I did, I don't remember saying it. Perhaps it was misunderstood by yourself. I don't think I did. Long crime viewers base their verdict on if they want to sleep with the defendant. That's mean to say, John Gordon. Don't say that. If police had found a baseball bat in Karen Reed's SUV, this would be a very different case. Well, yeah. Okay, so people have been mentioning a confession. I assume that's the I did it. Well, that would be an excited utterance or something like that, or a statement against interest. You don't necessarily have to write or sign your confessions. It certainly helps the police if you do. You can say I said I did it was a type of confession. I guess you could argue that if you believe that's what she was saying, rather than asking the question, I did it or did I do it? Could they ever do a split decision? No. Oh yeah, well, yeah. That's the thing. That's what I'm concerned about. You not guilty on the higher charges, but hung on the DUI. It's not really a DUI. It's it's involving death. All of these involve death. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering, because if you're acquitted of something, you can't be recharged. And if there are 12 people that come to the conclusion unanimously that she's not guilty of second-degree murder, but she is guilty of something less, you shouldn't be able to retry them for the second-degree murder, even though it was a hung jury. At least in my mind, that's if you've been acquitted, you shouldn't be able to be retried. So I would love to speak to a Massachusetts lawyer about that. Oh my God! Someone just gave $100 super chat to Law and Crime. Why would you do that? Why would you give Law and Crime a super chat for anything? I mean, hey, it's your $100. Do what you want, but I just think it's why. Whatever. Continuing to scroll through comments here. Did someone fall asleep and just presume the guilty? Yeah, I don't think jury tampering is impossible here, but it just doesn't seem necessary for the situation to happen. I just don't like to think. Longest jury deliberation was 4.5 months. Oh my God. Ugh. No thanks. That's a little bit long. But hey, kudos to them for thinking that they can reach they could go for 4 months and still be willing to discuss it. Have they been taking lunch at 1 p.m.? They get the lunch delivered to them, and they can either deliberate through lunch, or they can pause, clear their brain, have their sandwich or whatever, and then get back to it. They can do whatever they want. It's their ball game. Why do people care what Turtle Boy believes? That's a very good question. I don't understand that myself. He reports on other things, but he's no more qualified to give a verdict than you or anybody else. His opinion on whether it's guilty or innocent doesn't mean anything. Speculation on it must be this juror or that juror is exactly that. It's nothing more than speculation. He has no inside knowledge that we don't have. It's just what he observes in court, and it boils down to speculation on his part. So I don't, like I said, I don't care about the Turtle Boy thing. I mean, I don't get it. I realize he's got followers, he's got big supporters. He's been handling, deep diving this since day one. It's cool if you want, the outside of court statements, the outside of court arguments and things, but ultimately what he knows and what he thinks doesn't matter a whit in this trial. It's only what the jury believes based on what the jury has seen. Is there a retired cop on the jury? I believe the DUI guy plus said that last week. He speculated. He heard rumors. I've heard the same rumors, but I don't know. As your night terror, the Black Dragon. I don't care what Turtle Boy thinks. This isn't about him or his drama. This is about the case and the apparent corruption of the Boston Police Department. Yeah, I kind of agree. Levi's to tell a jury, which includes a copper, to use the verdict to send a message to the rotten, corrupt police investigating Karen Reed may not have been too bright either. Tell a jury, which includes a copper, to use the verdict to send a message to the rotten, corrupt police. Did somebody do that? Was it? I know the defense lawyers didn't do it. Is that something that Turtle Boy is supposed to have done, or somebody else is supposed to have done? Whoever said that, that's something that just shouldn't happen. You don't use verdicts to send messages. You look at the evidence. You base the decision on the evidence. You have to be above your personal biases and politics and all of things like that. You have to be able to set aside your beliefs, your personal biases and opinions at the door. Look at the cold evidence that's been presented and make a cold decision just based specifically on that evidence. That's the way it should be in theory. I disagree with your disagreement. Again, that brings to light the quote from Dr. Strangelove. You can't fight in here. This is the war room. Please disagree without being disagreeable. Yes. Meow. So that's how you spell. All right, that works. So yeah, so Seven was crying and visibly upset. I gotta say, so what? What were they visibly upset and crying about? Nobody knows. Maybe the people in the jurors, like she could be upset that nobody's seeing why she should be found guilty. She could be crying because she doesn't understand how anybody can think she's guilty. We just don't know. Who believes what Turtle Boy believes? A lot of people, apparently. A lot of people. They were saying 2 lawyers on the jury. That would be incredibly weird, because in virtually all cases, one side or the other doesn't want a lawyer on the jury. Literally, one of the fastest ways that you can be not selected to be on a jury is to be a lawyer. Because one side is going to say, hey, that's really cool. And the other side is going to say, oh, no, I don't want a lawyer looking at this case. Continuing to scroll down here. Paralegal Liz, just like most of you in chat, arguing with each other, the Rodriguez charge. Also, it's not going to change anyone's mind. It might, chances are probably pretty, if they're this deeply entrenched and dug in, it might not. But it's you're doing it on the hope that maybe it will help them overcome this impasse one way or the other. Scroll. The entire case seems like a blunder. Flimsy evidence at best, should never land in court. Graham, certainly the defense may have made mistakes, but a blunder, well, one man's mistake is another man's blunder. It just depends. A mistake is kind of a blunder. You made it. I don't have any problem with calling a mistake a blunder and a blunder a mistake. A lot of people are reaching the same conclusion equals echo chamber. Azure Knight, the Black Dragon. We can admit going all in on the conspiracy and trying to prove it was more work than they needed to do in this case. Yeah, I think going all in on the conspiracy might not be a great thing, because I think you can completely set aside all the conspiracy ideas. You can completely put that aside. All the planted evidence, Proctor being a piece of shit. You can put all that aside and just look at the science, look at the physics, and come to the conclusion that there's reasonable doubt. I think you can do that. I don't think, and I don't know if somebody would consider the defense making a big deal about the conspiracy to be a mistake, but I don't particularly think it was a mistake myself. But you can set it aside and I think still come to a reasonable doubt. Yeah, she could have been crying because she was hungry or something. Who knows? Sorry, I gotta move the microphone here. Hang on. All right, I'm back. Nicola Maxwell. Don't do this to me, Nicola. The jail Agamort, whatever. Whatever, you Scottish weirdo. What? Alan, translate. Alan, you can be my translator. Thanks for the £2, though. All right. Alan Walsh, translate. Let's see here. Scrolling down through. Elsie Merritt, proof of no echo chamber. I have pointed out the previous cases featuring jury behavior like OJ and Casey Anthony is on the minds of some jurors and can bias their thinking. I guess really anything could bias a juror's thinking. It just shouldn't, but we're human and it kind of does sometimes. Crying could mean that it's not over yet. Who knows? Let's see. She might be crying because 9 weeks of hearing Lally speak is flashing in front of her eyes right now. I mean, I mean that's actually not a bad interpretation. That sort of leads me to a thought that she could just be like, "Hey, we haven't come to." I would probably be crying if I thought, like, literally like 2 months of my life. I guess more than that. God, we're coming up on 3 months, 2.5 months, 10 weeks. Has been 10 weeks of your life has been utterly wasted. Utterly wasted. There's everything that you could have done, everything you could have experienced, everything you had to turn down, every conversation you couldn't have for months is wasted. That's enough to make somebody cry. We just don't know. Guess I shouldn't whistle here into the microphone. Still scrolling. You guys are chatting so fast; it's hard to keep up. We've got 985 people here while we're waiting for things to happen. To Kill a Mockingbird, great book. She was visibly upset. She was staring up at the ceiling. Her face was red. She was clearly aggravated. Now, why is she this way? Who knows? It could be either way of thinking, or it could, like I said, it could have nothing to do with it. It could just be she's like pissed that all of her time is being wasted. I don't know. Looks like we're almost caught up here. Elsie Maris says, I do believe Karen Reed did accidentally kill him, but the state didn't prove what they had charged. And even if I believe their witness, which I don't, as long as there is doubt, it's automatically acquittal. As long as there's reasonable doubt. And apparently at least one person thinks that there isn't. I mean, it's beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty. This is why we have it. This is why we do it unanimously and not say, well, 11 of us or 10 of us said it's, there's doubt, so we win. That's why we have it unanimous. So things like that can't happen. There's a random question. Do you still follow DSP Garbage? I don't watch him direct. I haven't watched him directly for years. I follow people like, like Snort Brunel and the detractors. I just watch the detractor videos because they're way more entertaining. That's a random weird question, Holly, but yeah. I just follow all the detractor channels because they make really good videos. Legal advice, did you ever regret your career choice? No. I've never regretted my career choice. I mean, not seriously. I mean, I think everybody regrets a career choice at some point. Oh God, why did I do this? But not seriously. The color purple. Oh my God, every time I think I'm just about caught up, things, how far behind am I? This is 12:55. Oh my God, I'm still like 10 minutes behind in chat. I got to like start scrolling faster here. I'm just really curious as to what you guys think. I'm scrolling real fast here now. I have a lot of respect for the defense lawyers. They did a great job despite the obstacle course they endured during pre-trial and trial. They shouldn't have. They should have put on more of a defense in their case. Okay. Getting after 1 a.m. here, trying to get. I hit it. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. I had to pull that down so you could see before I saw where it was going. I hit it. Karen Reed about legal vices. That's as far as I got. Okay, but like and subscribe buttons probably. All right. Phew. Pulled that one out of the fire. Janet Burris, this is something that gets lost. The saddest thing is that either way, Officer O'Keefe did not have to die. If the people watching him out the door had gone to help, or if beaten, just call 911 and get help. Yeah, whatever happened, this didn't have to be the outcome. There were other choices. Flux says, I mean, we could make it an echo chamber about the sky being blue. Just because it's an echo chamber doesn't mean it's wrong. Tend to concur. Alrighty, hang on here. We're still scrolling through the madness that is chat. I think we're catching up. I hope. Did she actually say I did it? I did it. I did it. That was something Jen McCabe said. She said, I don't believe what the cult leader says. Well, also the firefighter chick said that. Again, it's argued. She's friends with the part of the Albert clan. We've all been over the evidence a bajillion times here. So. The only thing about him I really cared for was the car backing up video, since that was a physical experiment relevant to the case. Yeah, except he was doing it in totally different conditions, you could argue. It wasn't snowing. The roads weren't really wet. It wasn't dark. He wasn't drunk. I'd like to see him with like a 0.29 blood alcohol driving 25 miles an hour backwards in a straight line in wet conditions at night. Then I might have given a little more credence to his test. Get him on the show, Jeff. I bet he would talk with you. Who is the we? Turtle Boy? If it's Turtle Boy, I don't really have much of an interest in talking to him. I don't know. Just not my thing. He's the reason. Okay, yeah, Turtle Boy is the reason a lot of people are watching. He's a little much for me most of the time. I got introduced to this case through Lauren De Laguna, who is or was friends with Turtle Boy. So she worked with him, and he, I guess, and like was doing things with him early on, and then about a year or so ago, maybe a little more than a year ago, Lauren De Laguna came on the channel and introduced me to some of the information, and that's kind of where I got involved. if juror has been impacted from a past drunk driver, they won't budge. That's a possibility. I mean, everything is a possibility at this point. Am I buffering? I'm not buffering, am I? I don't think so. I'm just trying to catch up. God, I'm 15. I'm going to have to skip a bunch here just because we're never going to catch up if I keep reading every single chat. We got behind here. I hate to do this. I know you guys have said some really, really interesting stuff and stuff that I found fascinating. I'm 15 minutes behind. I've got to scramble here. So I keep talking about the crying juror, listening in the background. You need the conspiracy to disprove the falsified evidence. Like I said, I think you can even put all that you put all that out of the way and just go on science, or you could put the science away and go on the corruption and conspiracy stuff. There's so much reasonable doubt in this to me. We'll call magic. I think they'll convict after all is said and done. I don't believe she did it, but wow. All right. Yes, the FBI did pay the crash expert witnesses, the two biomechanics dudes. My husband cries when he's hungry with tears of anger. Scrolls. I'm skipping just bunches. I apologize. Might be worried about paying bills after 2+ months of little pay. Yeah. They were told 6 to 8 weeks, and it's been a hell of a lot longer than that. Judge Glanville's about to make an ass of himself in the YSL trial. Surprise! That's a new development, isn't it? Palmyra Productions, $5 to go towards the Jeff and Graham honeymoon getaway fund. Yeah, it would probably be a divorce before the honeymoon got over. I've already been in one relationship with fights on the honeymoon. Don't need to do that again. Gag order is renamed Hakta order. Thanks, Renee. All right, people Scottishing at each other. Flux being spicy in chat. All right, I'm about 4 minutes behind. I've just been scrolling wildly through this just to kind of catch up here. Honestly, I can see someone telling Karen, "You must have hit him," and she freaked out saying, "Did I hit him?" Yeah. There were better conditions. If you do the experiment in worse conditions, I agree. But doing them in better conditions and still not getting it done. Well, he drove backwards at 24 miles an hour for 60 whatever feet. Congratulations. But I don't think it really proves murder. Just, let's say here. Need a professional alcoholic to recreate the scenario. Flux talking about boobs for some reason. Usually the K9 guy on YouTube. The K9 guy on YouTube demanded I watch the other day. He knew his shiz. The K9 guy that YouTube demanded you watch. All right, I don't know who that is, Levy Fifi Foo, but all right. Boobs on a calculator. My childhood, 8008. Hell yeah. We're all there with 5. And this is kind of a thing here too, Crystal Poo. We will never know what really happened to him. There are very few people that know what really happened to him. Somebody's lying. And that's where the jury as the trier of fact comes in. Somebody's lying in this case. Somebody's lying. Who is it? The jury gets to decide. Amel, what's up? $2. I'm going to make you read this. You did. You made me read it. Thank you. Thank you for the $2. If you must skip, then you must acquit. You're just talking too fast. I can't get past the juries being way inconsistent with being. I just can't get past the injuries. I thought I said past the injuries. Okay, I can't get past the injuries being way inconsistent with being hit hard by a car. That's certainly one aspect that I have difficulty dealing with. It's the crash daddies. They're the FBI pay on they're the guys paid for by the FBI. Are we catching up? Oh my God. I don't know. We're only 2 minutes away from catching up in the chat. Scott, no, Amil, I didn't say that. If you read one comment from the chat multiplied by 200 to get the gist of those you skipped. Legal. Renee, you're welcome. Yeah. I can see Jen McCabe putting a bug in her ear and her running with it. That's always a possibility too. It's like, well, I bet you hit him. You could have hit him. Maybe you hit him. She's like, maybe I did. And yeah. That's a possibility. There's so many possibilities here. Alan Walsh has the Scottishing class. You're just all Scottishing at each other. All right. If she killed him, then why so much staging of evidence by the bent cops? Well, they would argue that they didn't plant anything, and that's why we know she killed him. I personally don't believe that, but that's what they're saying. Abby Robinson, I believe the prosecution didn't prove their case, and she should be found not guilty, but I'm still on the fence about corruption versus incompetence. There's clearly incompetence. I mean, that's not much of an argument there. But yeah, is there corruption and this underlying conspiracy? Or I don't know. It seems like it to me. I mean, there's a good argument to be made for it. Makes me wonder how many innocent people Lally has already put in jail. The same goes for Proctor. Already there's people that have been involved in Proctor cases, I believe, that are asking for things to be reviewed. All right, I have caught up with chat. Sorry for the screech there. I've already caught up with it already. Whew, I've caught up with chat. Yay me. Daily Quick Bites, Legal Vice. When it comes to presumed innocent American citizens' life, incompetence is corruption. All right, I think I've got all of the super chats read. Don't want to skip any of those. If I skipped any, shame on me. Otherwise, it requires love. Oh, well, here's one from Eric Wolfrick. Sorry to be so long in getting to this. I accidentally skipped this one. Yes, Your Honor, my doubts are reasonable because otherwise it requires the laws of physics to have taken the night off. Yeah, I have problems with blood on the front of his shirt. Blood running down the front of his shirt when he's supposed to be laying on his back, bleeding into the snow. And also Duncan, Idaho, said, considering how the McAlberts and co. metastasized through the Canton area, seems like there were great grounds for a change of venue for this trial. I'm a hakta in this case. I think we read that. Oh, Joe Wright said, hard R pussy frog merch. Yeah, that no, just no. As much as I would like to, no. All right, I think I've got all the super chats. Okay, good. Didn't want to miss any. We're good. It's looks like it's about time to shut this show down, I guess. You know, we're just watching the fan go around, and there's not enough time to go through Ian Eddie's opening, the entire thing. He just got started, and then we got sidetracked by the jury here. They come back one more time, and they don't want to deliberate more. It's a done case. So let's see what's going on. We'll just have to continue to wait and see how things are going. I just don't know. All right, chat. Yeah, Flux is always on alert. How can any theory of guilt be possible when the physics not only say no, the physics say hell no? How about that? Well, I think that's a good question. All right, folks. By the way, they didn't fill in the pool. That's a rumor that spread. I thought they did. Thought I saw pictures of it even. Huh. All right. Well, I don't know. If she hit him, where was his body hiding? In the snow 30 feet away. Oh, D What has gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships here near the end of our little old stream. If you've got one of those Legal Vices gifted memberships from D What, make sure you give D What a super special thanks. Now, who is that? That would be Massborn, 2 Doors Down, Tony Rattle, Barbara Johnson, Reznov Vasilevsky, and Eric Wolfrick. Make sure you give D What a super special thanks for gifting those memberships. Rewatch Jackson's terrible clothing. Terrible closing. He does suggest the jury acquit so as to not look the other way from corruption. Yeah, he did say that. But he said he said basically that, yeah. But he was kind of saying the other way, you don't look the other way. Look at the corruption. Look at the evidence we've presented of the corruption and find him not guilty. I don't think I know you disagree with the strategy of the defense and especially in the closing, but I don't think it was a terrible closing by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe some misguided stuff, I guess. I said what you were saying before when Danny and Flux were here. There's something to it. Palmyra Productions gifted 1 Legal Vices membership, and that went to Crystal Pontac. There you go. Make sure you give Palmyra a good thanks. Well, there we have it. When do we do the Alec Baldwin trial? Apparently, opening statements are scheduled to start a week from Wednesday, so about nine days from now. Will we get to play bingo with that too? Oh yeah. We're playing Alec Baldwin manslaughter bingo, definitely. Yeah, we are. Don't worry about that. Yes, we talked briefly about it. So, all right, that's kind of it. I'm gonna wrap this up because I'll get to sleep. And if something drastic and dramatic happens, Flux, you have your instructions to call. Anybody else has instructions to call, if they can find me. So there we go. little bit of dramatic. We got our second round. Oh, we got another gifted Legal Vices membership from Palmyra Productions. Cool. Who'd that go to? Whoever got that, say thanks. I'm checking here. Oh my Lord. What a way to finish the night. Cheers, everybody. We unlocked achievement number 3, which is also achievement number 3 is me giving you a cheers with essentially what amounts to a double shot of absinthe. That'll put me right to sleep, so that's good. D Wood has been a member for 4 months. Where'd you go here? D Wood has been a member for 4 months. I stand behind Alec Baldwin. Of course, that's the safest place to stay. Stand behind him, not with him. Just stand behind him. Another fantastic day, people. How did the like and subscribe poll turned out? Basically no change, except for the not guilty of anything has dropped a few points and hung jury has increased a few points. 3% of you still say not guilty of anything. 43% say not guilty of it. Say not guilty of anything. 54% of you are now convinced there's going to be a hung jury. That's the end of the poll. And a little nightcap here. The good old double absinthe shot. It's weird that a double shot of absinthe tastes so much better and goes down so much nicer than the Korean whiskey. But that's a rare, achievement we just unlocked there. Thank you very much. Glanville has canceled his show cause hearing. Yeah, you think? The judge also is sending the recusal motion against him to another judge. Trial is on hold until that's decided. Well, good for him. That's a noble thing for him to do. What a goofball. Avoid liquors with screw off caps. They'll murder your taste. But no. There's some good whiskeys with screw on, screw off caps. Actually, screw on, screw off caps are better for preserving your liquors than just corks because they keep an airtight seal, whereas corks sometimes don't. There's some good screw on cap, like Maker's Mark, for instance. Maker's Mark is a screw on, screw off cap, which I hate because I always think it's a pull off cap and it takes me a couple times to open it. Screw on, screw off. I mean, that's not any indication at all. All right, folks, that's it. Thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate everything you guys have done tonight. Thanks for hanging out with me. And if you didn't see everything and you didn't see the beginning and Law Talk with Mike is visiting me here in Busan for a few days. So yeah, we hung out with him. He joined me for the first hour and a half or so while I tried to explain the madness that is this trial to him. And here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go to sleep. If something happens today, hopefully Flux will wake me up. And is this cowboy hat new? No, this is an old one. It's about a year old, I think. I've worn it quite a bit. It's summertime, so we don't have the big heavy hats during the summer. We have the nice straw ones. Shoot. Let's see. Okay, Flux she's given the okay. She'll keep track. If something happens, if they come back with a hung jury, I guess I'll wake up to that unfortunate news. If there's a verdict, I'll wake up to that news as well. But if something happens, I will not stream it all tomorrow. If there is a conclusion to this, I won't stream it all tomorrow. Because Mike and I are going to go out to dinner and have some drinks and stuff and hang out on his last night here. But if they haven't reached a verdict today, or if it hasn't been declared a hung trial today, I will stream later than normal tomorrow. So let's see. Let me Well, hello. Where are we at here? Let me talk out loud to myself for just a quick second. I have to go into my YouTube studio. Just real quick. Hang on. Oh, and by the way, hey, I want to thank everybody that has subscribed today. We've picked up about 35 subscribers so far. So if you haven't subscribed, while I'm doing the wrap up stuff, please do me that good solid and reach down there and hit that subscribe button. Hit the like button. We've got 1,423 likes. That's close to a record, I believe. That's pretty cool. Thank you so much. That's nice. If you haven't hit the like button, do that. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't. If you have, double check to make sure you're still subscribed because YouTube. Let's see here. I'm going to have to go to content to today's show. I'm getting ready to shut this down, so I got to go through the motions. Customization. There we go. That's what I need. Righto. Okay, folks, that's it. It's time to shut us down. Thank you, mods, for being here and doing your moddy stuff. As always, gratefully appreciated. And for those of you here in chat, thank you very much. Enjoy having you here in the echo chamber. Thanks. The sheer generosity you've shown. Thank you so much for that. For the super chats, the gifted memberships, the purchase memberships, the monthly membership chat. And for those of you that, even if that's not your thing and you just want to hang out, thank you so much for just being here in chat, just talking to each other, making each other think, echoing each other, challenging each other, and doing so in a way that, reflects the best of yourself. And if it doesn't reflect the best of yourself, be better. Thanks, everybody. Take care. We shall see you on the flip side tomorrow. Maybe not. Stay tuned. Maybe even a little bit later. Maybe even a little bit later this evening. It was my evening. It'll be the middle of the night. Whatever I said, you'll see me when you see me. Please stand by. Thank you very much. Good night, ladies and germs. We're going to send you on over to Danny on direct. Why not? Let's see what she's up to.